Something smells like it's burning. Come on, Jones.
Okay, let's see if that worked. There it is. It's just a sticker. I just wanted to try this out. So there's only, now we have 4 people on Twitch. And I'm not sure who those 4 are that are watching, but PB, you're probably still here. And I think you already have like 50 points. So you can apparently use these loyalty points that you get for watching the live stream on Twitch. Like every 5 minutes you get a point or something like that. And you can use those like to buy raffle tickets. You can also use them to, you can like do something like this. Slots 5, I think. Yeah. And I lost my 5 points. And you can hit bang points and it's supposed to tell you how many points you have. I don't know, just something I was playing with. I might do some other giveaways and stuff like that. All right, I'm going to go back and look at a line here. So line is also struggling with that 34. It did, bounce just below it, which I like, they like to do that to you sometimes. I am still in this one. I'm going to see if I can find something else to play, but Microsoft's not really doing it for me. Just don't like the way that it's moving, obviously. So let's go find something else. Alta alerted this morning for me on a price level that I had set up. And it's actually right here at the 34. I'm going to go back and look at the SPY and the Qs and stuff. Just try to get a sense of how things look. Amazon is cranking. After that pullback, Facebook is cranking too. I'm going to go on mute and yell at my dog. BA's moving too. Upside? Oops, I did not. Yep, upside. pullback on AbbVie. See if it holds the 34 again. If it does, that one could be interesting on the way back to 78. I looked at the weekly 79s, which are, it looks like they're 80 cents. I got in at 67. I'm planning on, as long as, you know, we don't get a bunch of downside, I was planning on holding those, you know, kind of a slower throughout the day and see how it looks towards the end of the day, as long as it keeps moving in the right direction. I mean, if it, you know, starts breaking down support levels, then I will get out. So as of right now, like the 77.40 or 77.50, 77.49, you know, something like that would be under the 34, you know, breaking what should act as support. But so far, the majority of the volume has been on the buy side. So I think that one looks pretty good. So this would be a, you know, you're not chasing, you're not buying it on a spike or a big green candle like that. I mean, it didn't even make it to the 34, but it's below the A period, and now it's just about to pop above it, I think. And it did. So, you know, something like this, you could try it and use 34 as your stop. Otherwise, you'd have to let it go all the way down to VWAP, and, you know, taking 40 cents off this right here is going to hurt your contracts. So, but you need it to, like, this is looking, well, sort of double toppy. So we needed to go back up and break that. Now, that's on a 1 minute. On the 5 minute chart, you know, looks like maybe just another consolidation candle. We'll see what it does here, but it's looking pretty good. And Microsoft just continuing to break down here. I need to go check my mod room here and see this Navi swing. Okay. I am still in some of these December, what were these? These are December, I think they're 15s. No, I have some December 15s, but it couldn't have been them. It's the December 1250s. Those are up nice. Yeah, December 1250s. And those are currently up about 60%. So we got in $1. They're showing, I'm showing $1.55 by $1.60. Why did I decide to get in early with AbbVie? You mean like early as in this morning, or early as in, because I'm holding AbbVie from the 60s. So PB, are you talking about this morning, or are you talking about like when I got in the 60s? Oh, this morning. I saw this first set of candles, and I was like, okay, this is a good volume day for AbbVie. Now I was already in, but Hell's mentioned, or Rocky mentioned that on Discord voice that Kramer was saying buy. That he's buying it, buy the weakness. Anytime you see a dip or weakness, buy it up. And so I just kind of continued to hold through it. But it just broke the 34 here. I was really wanting to see that hold. And we're getting this pullback here on the SPY as well. on the 5 minute, and same on the 1 minute. So you need this level to hold. And UVXY, you can see, is just kind of on an uptrend here with the SPY pulling back a little bit. So long positions, it could have an impact depending on what you're in. It's the only thing about that makes AbbVie tricky is it will do that. Like this thing could pull, all the way back to 77, and before it decides to go the other direction again. I wouldn't expect that to happen, but I was in low enough that that I can kind of hold through some chop. I am going to go look at level 2 on that and see if I can see what's going on there. And there's my alert. So I'd really like to hold this level right here where I set up that alert. So there's about 1,400 shares on the ask at 77.50. Now you got 2,200 on the bid, 77.48 or 77.46. So it's kind of like right now at 77.50. And yeah, they're up 77.54, 55. It looks like that seller. Now there's 1,900 at 77.57. So they're getting bought up. But yeah, I jumped in just because this is one that I keep an eye on, and I was planning on watching it this morning anyway. There's a lot to like about this company right now. So it's something that I watch. It's kind of one of the first ones that I pull up on the screen every morning. No problem, PB. My throat, I got something in my throat. I can't clear it. But PB, I do, kind of the same, setup levels. And I set up some, notifications to go off when they hit certain levels. So, first ones this morning that triggered alerts were Ulta, AbbVie, and Microsoft, CMG. Because those key levels that I set up alerts for, I want to see what happens there. And it did hold this support, so did not force me out. And I do think Microsoft will eventually get some movement on this, but yeah. Now, let me pull up another chart because we've looked at Microsoft on the longer term chart, and let's go see where it's at. I have a pretty good idea, but let's look at this. I want to take a look at this Navi real quick because I am up nice on those. Yeah. And Navi, this one we got in because they had a Q3 beat like a week, 2 weeks ago, I think they reported. Last week. And they authorized a $1 billion share repurchase program, which is huge for a company this size. So I figured they might get a little movement to the upside on that news. And they certainly have. And those 1250s are well in the money. So did I set alarms this weekend? I did last night. I set a few last night. I was just browsing random Twitch channels last night, just to kind of see what other people are doing and get a sense of what else what I can do. Oh, where's my pet? You get this silly thing. When someone follows, apparently, I cannot stand to look at it, though. It just seems ridiculous. All right, so Navi is now rejecting that 34. I think I'm going to get out of this one just because I don't know a ton about them, and it was really just news-driven that I bought those contracts. But they are out to December. I'm going to give it a little more time. I think there's still some more upside there. When they get those big buybacks like that, anytime it dips, the company, they're buying them on the open market. So pretty sure that's what they had announced. Taps. Thank you. Welcome. So let's see what Ulta does here at the 34. What do I know? I don't really know anything. I mean, I have an NVIDIA Shield. Oh yeah, the new one, the 149 TV and the 199 Shield Pro. Mine like water, in my opinion. The Shield is far superior to a Roku device, but I use it for in a lot of ways that normal users won't. But yeah, you can get the Shield TV with a Xbox-like controller, and the kids can play. Like my kid plays Fortnite on the Shield TV, so you don't have to necessarily have some other gaming system. They're pretty awesome. And they have a beta program set up for. It's called NVIDIA. I can't even remember what the name of the software is. But they're basically, you can have games installed on your PC, and you can stream those to the Shield. So you can, basically play them on any TV in the house with a Shield. It's a cool device. Really cool. It's kind of like a Roku in that it's another device that does Netflix and YouTube and Hulu and just about every other online service. What I really like about it is that it will play anything natively. And most people probably don't understand that there's, like, if you're streaming something in 4K, there's different formats and different bit rates and different audio formats and things like that. And some devices, when you're streaming your own content versus just playing Netflix, some devices are much better at that than others, and the Shield is the absolute best at that. And it has, like I said, the ability to, like, mine came with a game controller that kind of looks like an Xbox controller, and Shield, NVIDIA has a bunch of games on the Shield that, like, you can go get like a Game Pass and play like Batman or, like I said, Fortnite, bunch of other popular games. So it's it's just a more capable device. It's more powerful. Yep. Yeah, Neo, I use Plex, but yeah, same idea. Yeah, they're expensive. I mean, it's $150, right, for the regular one, 200 for the Pro, and I think the Pro model, yeah, GeForce Now, Mr. the Plague. That's what I was talking about. It was in beta. I don't know if it still is or not, but yeah, Roku is just beast mode today. So similar to what I just covered on AbbVie, Roku. Yeah, I stopped staring at it. So recent contracts in November, they won 480 million contract to supply 100,000 HoloLens AR glasses to the U.S. Army. August, 7.6 billion Office Solutions contract, and now the Jedi contract. I had posted in my room last Wednesday that I'd picked up Snap 14 calls for 26 cents, and I sold. Yeah, I sold 2/3 of them, 2/3 of those calls from 27 to 37. So, yeah, thanks for pointing that out, because I was not even looking at Snap this morning. What are those at? Okay. I'm glad somebody shouted that out on Discord. I got in those Snap 14s last week, and I sold most of them last week. But I didn't even look at it this morning. It was a small position left. I was already out of 2/3 of the position, so I was not really paying attention to it. But they were up, yeah, almost 100%. All right, so AbbVie's back above the 8. I really want to stay above there. Come on, let's keep going. So, PB, did you see what if you look above, I don't know if you were listening when I was talking about that whole point system and the sticker giveaway. Woohoo, a sticker. All I can do while I'm trying to figure this out. So you can see how many points you have. You can gamble them or use them to buy raffle tickets, I suppose. And I've already paid for the sticker, so whoever wins, it just gives you a link, and like once the raffle's over, it gives you a link, and then it says, click here to claim it or whatever, and you just tell it where to send it, and it sends it to you. I do have some other stuff that I was working on over the weekend, merchandise-wise, and I'll do some, let's get a couple people in here, and I'll do some other stuff. Something cooler than a sticker. See if Snap holds at 34. What's everybody else watching? IRDM is almost nasty pullback. It actually cleared that 25. This is one that I like as well. Just the company. I think they're undervalued. Not that it matters what I think, but I have been in common since like just under 22. It's 2180 or something like that. Oh, what happened to the background music? I gotta get that going again too. So many things to do. And I was a little off this morning anyway because this weekend I'm pretty sure my liver is not happy with me after this weekend. It was my birthday and it was, yeah. Okay, how do I get this? Ooh, that's loud. See if I can find something that isn't gonna annoy me. Beyond's over $100, huh? 97. Get in here.
No.
Come on.
No.
Okay. Have a good day.
Sit.
All right. Can you hear the PB? Do you hear music? I'm gonna guess you can't. So I like to play this one, EQIX, but those contracts are pretty expensive, and they do tend to move pretty fast. And I had an alarm down here at 560, but it never came back and touched that again. I did play it last week, and I did okay on it. But there's been times where I've held their contracts, and I'll be down 50, 60%, and then a day later, they're green. So it's risky because of that reason, because those contracts can move the way that they do. It scares me a little bit to, put somebody else in that trade, but definitely one to keep an eye on. You see it's kind of breaking back into this channel. So, you could definitely play this to the upside as long as this channel holds. But if it doesn't, then you're back down here at 565. And if I go price out those contracts, I'm guessing, Silverhawk, no music. And I bet you hear it now. The only problem is I'll have to figure out a way to separate Discord voice chat from the music that's playing. Like, I need to send the music out a different source. So I'll have to figure that out. It's low. Well, it's supposed to be background. Is it too low? I can turn it up a little bit if you can't hear it at all.
I saw that on Twitter, 7-star.
Yeah, so that's the issue.
Thank you.
I'll pull out a second set of earbuds and use a different output for the two. So, how's that? Tell me if it's I don't want it to be distracting or too loud or whatever. Just should just be background music. Apple 248. So Apple is looking like it wants more. Which those of you who have heard me talk know that I'm not an Apple fan. But I like to make money on them. This actually... When I'm wanting to play lower risk, I like to get in these right when this crossover happens on this TTM squeeze indicator. But it's definitely looking like it wants more. You see this, it's pulled back to VWAP once before. Let's maybe keep an eye on it. Especially right there. See if it can get back down here and test that again. If it does, that wouldn't be a horrible. That wouldn't be a horrible one to take a shot at right there. I just don't like buying things with market uncertainty, which seems like it's, you know, it's certainly not as bad as it was, but I hate buying things like, you know, near all-time highs or high a day when, you know, a tweet can come out and just wreck it. But you know, it is what it is. That's why you set stops, or, you know, if you get into anything that worries you, you know, watch it super close just in case. See what else. So we have an alert here. I don't know that it's gonna make it back down to this 248.22. You know, this 34 may hold right here. But you have UVXY continuing to the upside, SPY continuing to the downside. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Microsoft is looking pretty sad. might try some Apple here on that 34 bounce. Nah. Just because if the SPY continues to pull back, let's see what it does right here. So the only thing that I don't like, I mean, it is what it is. Like, there's nothing I can do about the delay, but there is a little bit of a delay with Twitch. So I suppose that when I'm calling out, you know, let's see what this does right here at the 34, you know, there are going to be times where, you know, that may be delayed. Which is why I got to figure out, I don't think there's anything I can do about that. All right, we got 9 people watching. We're giving away a fancy sticker, a $3 sticker. I'm giving away. There is a raffle for a sticker. The first giveaway, and I just wanted to kind of get a sense of how it works. A points leaderboard command too. Let's find that one. All right, so yeah, if we hit this and that holds as support, but I have my alert set up, so. Okay, whatever the hell this is playing is annoying. Loyalty. Bang top. That's the command. There you go, PB, you have 66 points. Yeah, PB's got the OJ or OG status right now that we talked about last week. He's got the most. PCG. I have played this one a few times, but they're such a shit show right now. I mean, look, I don't think they're going anywhere. But just nowhere but down. Nice pop this morning though, wow. And it can do that. But they gotta quit setting shit on fire, I suppose. So we said BA downside. Ooh. Yeah, a little bit, but another company with a lot of bad press. Some of these companies, BA, Beyond, right? Like, you see moves or news that absolutely should make a move, or you would think, and you know, they just don't. Just broke over 100% on these Navi calls on the 15s. 103. And holy shit, I don't know if anyone was around when the Roku 175 sweeps came through. I just went green on those. Roku 175s. That's funny. That's one of those I looked at it and I said, that is so stupid that I'm gonna follow it. That is crazy. AMD over 33.50. High of 33.70 today and 35.55. 52-week high. Wow. I don't like to play AMD very often because normally it just moves so slow. Back and take a peek at a line. Have we hit 250 on a line yet today? Nope. So I suspect that that might get tested. All right, so you're pretty close to, you know, if you wanted to take a stab at Apple, you're pretty close to this area that I would expect to act as, you know, some support, just intraday, and you'd know pretty quick if it failed you or not. You wouldn't have to risk too much on that one, I don't think. Now, if it doesn't show this holding and it pulls back here to this 248.07, you know, that's another, be an even safer spot, I think. Worth keeping an eye on. Apparently nobody cares about my damn sticker. How much are these the Apple 250s? Oh, they have earnings Wednesday. So yeah, they're going to be expensive. Really not too bad. The 250s are $5, but yeah, I'm not. You know, you could play this just, you know, with earnings coming up. You know, it may continue to push a little bit into ER, and those contracts will move, but I'm not holding Apple through ER. And somebody figured it out. Silverhawk. There you go. And you could gamble those points too. There's like some, if you see up above, bang slots, and then the number of points that you want to gamble. I don't suggest it because I tried like 10 times last night and I didn't win on a single spin. And now Apple's getting a nice little push. So those 250s are 465 by 475. And it's continuing to push. Now it's got a break. Yeah, that was the pickup down there. And I did not get in it, just because I want to see what's going to happen here with SPY, which is now ticking up. Obviously a little dip on UBXY. So I just want to see what direction they're gonna take the market. You know, it's still early. I did have a couple plays out of the gate, but I'm not. There's nothing that's making me jump at the moment. This could be interesting. That's a nice pullback. Still green on the day, and looks like it's basing right here. But it also kind of looked like that here, right? And this one can be tough just because they are so they heavy China exposure, and they got this pop with the rest of the semis. Actually, it would have been potentially would have been a fun short. CRM, wow. That's pretty. So Salesforce, I actually do like this one as well because the big concern, I think, with Salesforce was companies cutting back. That's why all the cloud companies were taking a hit last week. And I think Microsoft, you know, and Amazon both kind of proved that, yeah, that's not really what's happening. Like, we're not seeing that reduction in spending. I mean, this thing's just been, you know, granny up so far. I like that. Let's go see what their contracts price. So we're at 152.70. When you get the 152.50s are $2, but the 155s are $1. I would rather be going closer to the money, in the money, for the $2. And that one has not had any, you know, high volatility in the morning, so you get that pullback, but hadn't been much that would scare you. I might take a shot at that one, just because I like it's just slowly climbing right now. I don't like necessarily buying stuff, you know, above the 8 period EMA, just in case it does pull back to this 34. But you know, sometimes these things will do this for the next. It might stay above the 8 for the next hour, or it could pull back. You know, this would have been the safer play right here, but the way the contracts are priced, they're not gonna move against you super fast. I mean, this is just, yeah, really looks really good today. Really good. Yeah, so I picked up small position. I filled at 193. They're 192 by 195, and I got filled at $1.93, and they just went green. So we'll see. But I don't think there's a ton of risk here, just because of the way that it's moving. Now, if you look at, let's take this down to a 2-hour chart. Now there is some resistance potentially here, but you got a cup formation on the 2-hour chart. So if there was going to be a pullback and you want to wait for that, that's 152.84, yeah. Yes, it did. Silver Hawk. I was just talking about that. I'm in these 175s that we got an alert on, and they're up. I'm up 5% on them. They were red for a while, but they're not now. And I bought that one on the alert, and the only reason I did is because there's been a few of these that seem like there's no way that's gonna hit, and I've seen quite a few of those work out. It's crazy.
You're just trying to find something in the flow here. Anything catching your eye, Anish?
No, that's what I've been
Doesn't it
doing too.
Seems like there's kind of some shorter dated stuff closing out call wise.
Yeah.
Find something consistent, and everything I open up seems to kind of be pretty.
Right. Definitely nothing directional or anything like that.
Roku has a lot. Trailers, that's what I'm seeing too. Everything I'm clicking on seems like a lot of it is, tonight, tomorrow, Wednesday. This is definitely a lot of earnings this week.
Someone just said there's a big Microsoft spike. So I'm going to take a look at that. Yep. Oh, look at Fit.
Does that say fit is halted?
Yeah, Fit halted.
I still have calls in Fit. We bought longer dated ones quite a while ago.
Ooh, Google talks like Fit.
Oh, wow.
I gotta see what's going on here. Looks like there's news on Fit. Halted, potentially a buyout.
I think that. Do you recall, Nimish, if that was a previous rumor before?
And I am
never heard
holding.
personally.
I know.
I have January $4 calls that are up
Right.
87%. I can't remember who called out Fit a while ago. Was it Darkpool that we saw?
Jenny B.
It was Jenny B. I'm still in those $4 calls for January. Hope she's still holding them.
Yeah,
Awesome.
That was totally Jenny B. She either said buyout or bankruptcy. Let's
Well,
hope it's this buyout.
I just kind of been staring at, I just check back on them every now and then. They weren't really moving, obviously. But yeah, Jenny B, I think those are going to be pretty cool. Do we have the headline?
Yes, it's
Reuters
from
says
Reuters.
Alphabet made offer to buy Fitbit. Yeah.
Sweet. Thank you.
$70 breakdown on UBXY to get bullish.
Okay. Apple is right back here at that support line.
I'm sorry.
1970 on UBXY for break under to get bullish. I'm long SPY right now.
If that channel continues that it's in right now, you can play this back up to the, this 248.69, but I'm not messing with it. Since I'm already in CRM. Is there background music? Yeah, there is. Is it too loud, Anki? I just stuck it in there so it wasn't just silent. It's too loud? Yeah, I can turn it down. Let's see, it's pretty low, but let me know if that's better. I definitely don't want it to be like annoying or distracting or whatever. It's just intended to be ambiance. How's that? I mean, can you
Unhalted.
still hear it? All right, I gotta go look at Fit because it is unhalted.
It looks like it's still halted.
Yeah, it's not moving yet.
Oh, I just read the pop-up that came on our platform.
Yeah, no, I saw that too.
I'm anticipating this unhalting and seeing what happens here. CRM. All right, so CRM, I got in at 193. Those are at $2. I'm just gonna set let me see what the spread is on these. It's a nickel, 4 cents. All right, Fit is open 560. I wonder what the buyout offer. Did anybody see? I haven't seen what the offer is.
Now it's moving, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
I want to know what there was a buyout rumor on them, but I don't know like any details. Almost $6. And Jenny B, let's see if she's still in. She called these out. And it looks like she is still in them. I'm going to go check level 2 on Fit. $25,000, $30,000 sitting at 590. But there is also 20,000 shares on the bid, 575, 576. So we'll see if they start hitting those, and they are now. Yeah, they're dragging it back down.
Okay, so is the news that Fit is for sure, that Google is for sure buying Fit, or is that just a rumor?
It just says
They
that they
made
made
an
an
offer.
offer.
So nobody knows what the offer is
Oh,
yet.
okay,
It sounds
okay.
like it says
NBC
they made
says
an
that they don't.
offer
They didn't have a price.
and they didn't have a price.
They
That's
made
for
an offer
Fitbit.
without a price. Okay.
So
No,
all we
they
know is
made
there
an
was an offer
but the
made,
price hasn't been published yet.
but we don't know how much that offer was for.
Thank you.
Let's go look at those contracts because there could be a YOLO happening. You know, that could be. I mean, we bought the $4 calls out to January. But you could look at something shorter dated, way out of the money as a lottery ticket. I mean, the $7 calls for this week are 35 by 50, which seems expensive for Fit because it has not moved. But the $6 calls you can get for 50 cents. But
I just had a few sweeps coming on this BLVS, and now that's a circuit breaker.
well, you could. Now they're 75. Yeah, I mean, without knowing what the price is, you know, just understand that anything that you take, if you're taking a yellow position on this buyout rumor without knowing the price, anything that you do is a YOLO. Because they could come out and say that they're buying them out at, you know, $5 a share versus, you know, $7, and then those contracts are immediately worthless. So and they may or may not even release that information this week. We don't know that either. Now, I haven't looked at, I don't know how many shares are in the float and like what percentage is short. That I haven't looked at. But there's no open interest. Total volume on the $7 calls, 510. But there's 6,000 on the fives at $1. So I would consider it risky because it's, you know, there's a lot of speculation involved without knowing what that price is. But so if you were to chase it, just be ready to cut it. I'm going to see if I can find any more detail.
Oh, BYND is rocking. Thank you. Bender, did you get out of your Fit?
No, I haven't yet. Kind of waiting to see what happens here.
That's what I was doing, was watching.
And I'm looking to see if I can find any more detail on this deal.
Okay,
It's-
roulette bearish flow on Fit. This week's 550s.
Yeah.
Just hit.
So these are, oh, sorry, I'm not on mute. Going back on mute. So these are up about 300%. So there's no, you know, without knowing the details of this deal, I may hold one contract. Yeah.
I am not in a trade at the moment, J-Mac.
Well, we just got a roulette bearish flow alert, so that concerns me a little bit. So we've seen rumors like this before. This thing could keep running.
I am not going to do it today. We've got a couple of things that are going on behind the scenes here, not necessarily market related, so I'm going to stay in the main
And
chat.
CRM is still climbing, so those calls are working out.
Tomorrow.
So I closed out all but one contract. It was a 300% gain, so
If you've got one, though.
I am going to take that off the table. I haven't seen the news, and so I don't know any details on this deal. I'm still looking, but okay, so this is Reuters just says that they got a Google owner.
I said we've got this big gap
See,
up.
Google owner Alphabet and bid to buy Fitbit. Made an offer.
Well, let me know what you find.
Yeah, still I don't see anything as it relates to the price.
And I'm going to go on mute for just a few minutes. BYND has ER tonight.
There is no certainty that the negotiations between Google and Fit will lead to any deal. The matter is confidential. The exact price that Google has offered for Fit could not be disclosed. So, at least for now, we have no idea like what the price is. So, that's why I took that off the table. Just because right now it's a lot of speculation. They made an offer, but we don't know how much it was for. So,
Does anyone know what the Clovis news was?
Not I.
and this says negotiations
Louisiana Merc,
may
we're
not
getting
lead to a
impacted
deal,
by-
but
They're,
Nobody
They were
knows.
halted. They just,
Oh. Okay.
but I don't know. Maybe that's who knows.
I know that's all those interconnections between the players.
I used to know an old dude named Clovis.
Thought that was Cletus.
Had to.
yeah, those Roku 175s are now at 10%.
Okay, thank you.
I'll keep
Silly.
looking.
I'll take it.
Thank you.
I'll take it. I wasn't expecting much on those.
Yeah.
So,
The Fly doesn't have anything. Seeking Alpha doesn't have anything.
You know, there were some sweeps that hit, and then it went to circuit breaker. You show it as a new call on sweep?
these
I don't
GT
think
calls
it-
too. I think that was
It was
Tech
just
that called
it's a
those out
limit up, down, so I
originally.
didn't know if there was news associated with it.
I am up
Because usually,
140% on those. So I mean, this is kind of, for those of you that may not be in BlackBox, like these are calls that were made by, some of these calls were made by me, like the Navi 1250 calls that are up nicely. That was one of mine. But like Fit, this was Jenny B, and then Tech. Actually, Tech and Pete, Pistol Pete, both talked about GT. And we got in the $16 calls, so they're in the money. We got in those at 61 cents, and they're pricing 140 by 150 at the moment. And these are out to January as well. So that was a great call.
And there was a piece at the first headline on AVN was incorrect. Not sure which part of that. So if anybody is tracking, I just want to justify, get a little information. The AVN is unhealthy.
And if it breaks that, you can see this where it's been a few days in this area right here at
Thank you,
1673,
Money.
which is pretty close
Bank
to
of
where we're
America,
at.
Spy is
And
poised
it's
to
broken
break
through
out
there
that
once
deal.
already. So
Roku.
you know, if it breaks like 16, what do we got here? Like 1677 again, you could see some continuation in this run. Then the next resistance might be down here, 1736. And CRM just continuing this push. Those are up 12% now. I need to go back and look at. Yeah, and Apple's still in this. So like I had said earlier, like if Apple stays in this channel, you can play that, but it's just, you know, right now it's just chop. So you have to be on the right side of it. And that's when we talk about, you know, we talk a lot about waiting on the right entry. And that's why, because if you're like, oh, it's gonna go, and then it pulls back and it stops you out, and then it bounces on the 34, and you're like, oh, it bounced on the 34, I'm gonna try it, and then it double tops, pulls back, stops you out.
Disney at low a day, which is interesting.
And this is looking pretty sad at the moment.
And Dow is giving back
Is
quite a bit. We're now
right at the
under
34.
100 points up on the Dow, and we were up in
I
pre-market
actually don't
up at
hate this
229.
setup, but I am already in longer dated AbbVie calls, so I'm not picking up anything right now.
Hey, name is you there?
Yes, sir.
We gotta keep an eye
TTM
on
squeeze
this.
firing on the hourly.
This
On
is
BYND.
Boy, their ER wasn't bad at all.
Yeah, I'm with you.
This whole chicken war bullshit, I think, is hitting this thing. I don't know why, but you know, you look at a company with PE of just under 25 now. 52-week high is 220, so you're $30 off of that. 52 low is 170. We get this in the 180s, name is you might want to start nibbling here.
Man, I'm with you. I
Just
like
be
that.
careful that 103.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
You are over the 200, though on the 5-minute chart.
Who's loving?
This 103.61 from last week. Keep an eye on that. But yeah, I don't really play beyond. I've played it a few times, but I like bacon and burgers and things like that. So I don't. So my bias on them is, from what I've heard, that the patties are salty. They're not like super healthy, full of sodium. So I'm just like, eh. There was that mineral oil scare that turned out to be, I think, nothing last week. But I'm not, yeah. I don't really play them. All right, so these calls on CRM, they're up about 14%, 15% now. I am going to sell some of this position, 193 to 2. See if I can get 220. Well, bid's 220 now, so yeah. Filled at 220. Still in. I am still in it for now. But just taking some of the profit off the table. Let me go back and look at Navi. Got those 1250 calls. Now where are we at? The Navi 1250 calls. Yeah, Still 155 by 160, which is I think what they priced out a few minutes ago when I sold some of that position. Or when I looked at it before. 155 by 160. CRM getting a little bit of a pullback here now. I am going to get out of these just because they are green. And I'm going to set a stop.
Oh, thank you, McDaggins. Everybody check out This Week in BlackBox.
I'm going to set a stop here. So I can make sure I get out green. I don't necessarily want to sell these. I mean, I'd prefer to I think I can get some more out of them, but I'm not going to let them go red. And I don't want to give up that profit. So I put in a stop at 210. They're at 218 right now. So if it pulls back a little further, it'll stop me out, and that's okay.
Okay.
And if the run continues right here, then I'll still be in good shape. So
That LRCX floor.
this GT, I need to look at how many of those I have because those are up nicely. Those are out to January. I think I'm gonna dump these. They haven't really changed from that 155. They're showing 155 by 165. Oh no, sorry, wrong one. These are showing 135 by 150. From 61 cents. So I think I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to put a stop.
Jenny. Are they going nuts?
I'm going to do stop on
That
quote
one's for you, Rocky.
at... I'll do those at 125.
That was cute.
If it does continue to pull back and it, you know, those contracts drop another dime, then I'm fine with it. Still 100%. So,
paying $31.50.
and I'm actually going to do
That's your
these good to
second alert.
cancel.
Exact same strike and expiration.
Yeah, definitely. Yep.
Okay. So I have a stop in. So I don't even have to worry about it. What's up, Bobby? I see you. I see your chat. What's going on? Welcome. Good. I'm glad you like it. Just started last week, like really. Like Thursday, I did it 2 days last week, Thursday and Friday, and I'm gonna try to get into the habit of doing this more, potentially every day. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. See if it definitely adds another aspect. Yes, I do pay for TradingView. Yeah. That is my link. So if you are going to try it, if you use that, that's awesome. I have TradingView, I have Premier, which is like the most expensive tier. Just because it lets you have pretty much unlimited windows and charts and indicators and things like that. And I like to play with a lot of different stuff. And for what it is, for me, I think it's totally affordable. I think it's like $60 a month if you pay month to month with Premier, and then you have to pay for live data. So then it's like another, I don't know, $6 or something for live data. But if you sign up and give it, like, go on a monthly plan and then wait until you only have like 2 or 3 days left, and then go in and tell them you're gonna say you want to cancel, and your reason is because it's too expensive, it will throw a 50% off offer at you for an annual subscription. So it takes it down to like $30 a month. You got to prepay for the year, but I love TradingView. I have E-Trade and Fidelity, but I love the charting in TradingView. The way that you can, you know, the layouts that you have access to, the way that you can split it up. I love it. Yeah, Fidelity charting is okay. I mean, I know Thinkorswim is supposed to be really good. I don't have Thinkorswim, so I use Fidelity. Or TradingView.
I think that was the longest I've held a contract for. It was a long.
Those were the ones you've been sitting on a while, right?
Yeah.
Very.
So I have an account with Fidelity, and like I said, one with, well, a couple accounts with Fidelity and a couple with E-Trade.
I got real nervous last week when they dropped it back down to like half, and I was like, oh boy. But it was nice. That's why I sold.
So who was asking? Let's see.
Good job.
Do you have a list of favorites, or do you look at charts over the weekend and plan your trades? How much
should do one.
planning trades
Guess the close.
overnight helps? It does help. I mean,
Do you like Apple
you know,
or
I
Google?
spend a fair amount of time kind of throughout. I don't do it so much at night anymore. But you know, I spend a fair amount of time looking for support and resistance on both shorter and longer term time frames. And I watch the pre-market volume on BlackBox, which I need to open a BlackBox tab here. I don't even have that open yet this morning on this machine. I have it in front of me
Interesting as well.
on another machine.
I was just thinking of Google because there's such a
But I do
wide
watch
spread, you know?
like the pre-market scanner and see what's moving. And then throughout the day, I watch for these options alerts, and I'll, you know, pay attention to flow and see what's going on. Like these, look at this, LRCX, 275 strike, calls, roulette bullish. Those are up 122% since it alerted. So
Now, Teresa,
couple,
she's not at 770.
4 losers, 2 gainers, but 122% gain on
I had to get you back
LRCX,
for CMG
14% down, JD. Fidelity has really good fills, Bobby, for sure. The only, so I was gonna move everything to E-Trade. Hardik, well, if we get another alert come in, I'll show you. But I go look at, like, if I caught this LRCX right when the alert came in, it shows you, you know, on the chart, what was the price? Well, it was turtling right here. You got that little spike in the morning, and it came up, found this resistance, just a little pullback, went and tried again,
Wasn't there an activist?
little more pullback, and then broke through it, right? And that's obviously, you know, a bullish sign right there. So I glance at the chart. I'll look at the flow and see what triggered this alert. Damn, and that thing went from 385 to $9. So we can go look at the options flow, and look at this. You had, this was what triggered that alert this morning. Somebody bought 60K worth, 60K sweep. And then you have puts coming in at the ask. Those people, let's see, that was at 9 o'clock, 8:55 my time. So that was an hour ago. So they're looking for this thing to drop back down, and there's $184,000 in those 2 put sweeps. Now those are, you know, another, they have another 15 days on those contracts. So they're expecting a pullback. How much are those? Yeah. But yeah, so then I go look at the flow and I see, you know, what's going on there. Right here in BlackBox, you have a news tab, so it'll show you all the news. This comes straight from the fly. So I'll go look and see if there's any news. And I see on the 24th that a price target raised to 250 from 200. Mary Kroger, no problem. Thanks for watching. So that's kind of, you know, I'll look at the news, I'll look at the flow, I'll look at the chart. You know, and then usually I'll go to TradingView and, you know, look at it on longer term time frame, and just kind of try to get a sense of where it is in relation to where it's been. And so they're at 280 with a 250 price target. That's crazy. And all-time highs. You know, so seeing this move,
Man, those BYND contracts, those
wow.
lows
I mean,
for
since,
tomorrow
let's see,
are
24 October. Yeah, if I would have seen it right when it came in, I might have followed that, tried to play it. But anyway, that's kind of my process. Like, news flow. Actually, I have somewhere, I have a checklist that I'm working on. I'll show you guys this. You get to see this first. Let me see.
What is the news on Tesla?
I think I set that up as a scene.
Good.
Source. Okay, I gotta find it though. Oh, here it is. Assume you could see, you know, their delay might take a minute, but you should see this checklist that I'm kind of working on. And the idea is that on the live stream, when an alert comes in, is to kind of go through this checklist. So the flow was alerted. We checked the flow and confirmed what created that alert. Went and looked at the news, went and looked at the charts, decided if we wanted to open or close a trade. So this is something that I'm working on mostly for you know, the newer members, because a lot of times we get new members that come in and the alerts come out and they think that they should immediately buy it or follow it. And it's like, no. It's just telling you to go look at it. Like, it's telling you there's something going on and that there may be an opportunity there. But it doesn't know what's going on, right? It doesn't know it doesn't correlate, you know, options flow with news and that sort of thing. So it doesn't say like details roulette bullish with news or, you know, with positive news or anything. It doesn't know. So
Shame
it's
on
just
me,
telling you to go
I'll
look
be
at
down
it.
to things, getting a pop, darling.
Don't you fear missing the ideal entry?
Thank you,
No
Jamal.
FOMO. No FOMO. You can't trade on FOMO. That will take you out of this game so fast. You always have to know there's another setup, there's another trade, and I like to wait for safer entries. I like to look for, you know, if something's on a run, great, let it run. And then wait for it to pull back to support. It's, you know, it's obviously, it's different with options contracts than it is with, you know, common shares of stock, because if you're buying Microsoft and you're planning on holding it, then yeah, you want to buy it down at 135 or 130, or Pete says 115. But if you're playing contracts, you know, you don't care as much, because the price of the contract scales with the current price of the ticker, right? So if it's at 145 and you're buying a 147 for $2, but you're chasing, don't chase. Even if it goes higher, wait for it to pull back, because then you're gonna, you know, if it pulls back to 147, then you're gonna be able to buy the 149s for $2. So they scale accordingly. So, you know, with options, it's more important, because you're playing directionally and with not much time, it's far more important just to trade off support and resistance. So no, I don't fear missing out on an ideal entry or something like that. It's, you know, if it moves without me, it moves without me, and I'll try to catch the next one. You're not going to catch every single one of them, and I don't have to. It doesn't matter. There's plenty of trades that take place.
49 on those new
Plenty of
AirPods.
opportunity.
Just for earphones.
So Amazon back up at 1775. You know, it was like 1740 or something at one point today. 1743, 1742, 78. That would have been an awesome
Man, I'm still rocking
play.
an iPhone 8, brother.
I'm just joking, man.
That would have been
So
nice. You mind going through a chart? Sure, of course. What do you want me to go through? Spot? Let's go look at spot. Right there. If you were trying to play it like this bounce off VWAP, you know, on the shorter term, you know, not up here at 143, but you wait for that pullback, you know, you can see that there was a little resistance right here. So you'd want this area in here to act as support, and it did, right? You know, now you're risking, you're above the 34. It did hold, which is nice. But you've got some resistance here. You can see it 3 times
I gotta have
at 139.48. You can see that active support there.
But, yeah, I don't have to have the latest
Fumbled
sequence.
around before it took that drop, came back up, tested it, came back down. So you're in, this is your channel right now that you're in. Until it breaks out of that, that channel, which it could do right here, but until it breaks out of that, you don't know which direction it's going to go, up or down. If you wanted to try it long, I would rather have it down here, because that's $2, right? That's going to make a big difference on the price of a contract. Now, if I'm looking at spot longer term, we got a 2-hour chart up right now, and spot is also coming up on some resistance here on this 2-hour chart.
Somebody's got an open mic.
What you doing?
So yeah, I mean, you're right at
Having lunch and getting ready to run to the doctor.
resistance.
Oh.
We're at 138.
Yeah, I get a physical twice a year.
You know, if you want to
So
swing
once a year,
something,
Twice a year, and I do twice a year at work, so I get 4 physicals a year. Jeez.
ideally, like this area,
Turn your head and cough.
support with the
Yeah,
volume
I
and
know.
spot today, I
You get
think
2 in May and 2 in
it should be good for
so I make my
swings.
position and then,
Yeah, it may be. I don't know. Let me check what their. So this is our Discord server, and I have a bot in here, like just for quick
Awesome.
information. So it says the average volume is 1.3 million, and it's at 7 million shares so far. So yeah, the volume is obviously really, really high, and compared to its average volume. Why? What's up with it? Deliver surprise profit. Oh, did they just report?
more DG up to 21.
That makes sense. Okay. How did I check what the volume? That's in our Discord server
Pete,
for
quick
BlackBox
question, 'cause
members.
We were kind of talking about this earlier, and they've been talking
We have a
about this,
bot
obviously, a lot
in
of
there that
CN or,
you
a lot of,
can
CNBC,
ask
but from a technical perspective,
for average volume.
How are you feeling about us?
What is the
being
command? I'm a
here
member.
at,
So just go into the
all-time
StockBot
highs
channel and
essentially
type
while-
bang vol, VOL,
It's been like that for
followed
a
by
while
the
now with
ticker.
volume, dude,
and it'll
sometimes,
tell you
know,
that.
it's like dome short of dome.
And you can also do like a.
I still say trade
There's a
the
bunch of.
technicals, what
Yeah,
you
I mean,
see.
it can pull up
And
charts
probably for
and
31
show you
3099
quotes.
is the number that on the SP.
I don't trust them as
By the
real
end of the
time,
year was the target,
but
and we just broke out of that 20-year. which,
Yeah, there's a
you know,
lot
might
of,
overshoot by a little
like
bit,
Bang
or you
Popular will
overshoot
show
on
you
volume, which that's the thing that to me is also
the
concerning.
tickers that
You
have been
overshoot
looked
to
up
either
the
side,
most.
either to the long side or to the downside. You need that volume for conviction, because otherwise the computers just come in and say, hey, we hit this point, let's start taking profits or let's start selling. So that for me, here, and I'll show you the lines that I'm looking at. I actually have to put a new line in today because we just made a all-time high. We took out the, what was that,
So this guy
July
Pete
20,
that you're listening to, I'm actually gonna pause the music
July
for a few
26th.
minutes because this guy Pete that you're listening to,
These are the lines I'm
he knows
looking
his
at
shit.
for the SPX. So next, I had 3034, 3069, 3093, and 30.
So he's talking about
Those are the
on the
immediate
ES
technical
futures.
lines on the SPX. But you know, same thing. What you're saying, King, that well, you know, there's no volume. That doesn't mean anything. The only thing that pays you is price action, right? So volume gives conviction. So we can say, well, the conviction isn't there, but it doesn't mean that it can't keep going.
Sure.
For sure.
You know, so that's, is this the one I think I just uploaded? Yeah, that's the one here. And you can do like an ABC pattern where we just had that sell-off on October 3rd, that big bottoming tail hammer. If you take an ABC pattern from that, or ABCD continuation pattern, we still, here,
Yeah, Pete's good.
I'll draw a pattern from that. And we actually went down, we pierced momentarily below the December trend line. That's that orange line we have there. Momentarily, and we got right back above. So technically, the trend is still intact. And long term, we have a massive
So I'll show you
head and shoulders.
guys what
If you look
he's
at the
showing.
weekly or
This
the
is what
monthly
he's
on the
showing us
SPX,
right now and
massive
what he's
head and
talking about.
So technically, you know, get rid of all the news, get rid of all the noise, and this market wants higher technically. But does that mean it's going to happen? I don't know. Right now, if you get an ABC, this takes us to 3160 measured move from the recent impulse. And normally I'd like to see a little more digestion because we pulled back, what, like 2 days? You know, we really didn't get too much of a pullback. Here, let me put, this is the measured move.
Hardy, is
So
that
from
volume
the
okay?
low
Can you
we
hear it?
had on October
I just want to
3rd,
let Pete go
that
through
low
this.
was 28.55.94, so
He's-
28.56.
yeah.
And then we had the high.
He
on
has a very good sense of what's, you know,
October
why things are
22nd
doing what they're
of
doing and how the
30.14.57,
market as a
so
whole is
call it
moving.
30.15,
Real quick, breaking news on Bloomberg: Lockheed and Pentagon poised to announce $34 billion F-35 deal. Ticker LMT. It's in breaking news on Bloomberg TV. Sorry about that, Pete.
No, you're fine, dude. I was about to call you sweetie.
Hey. 478
Wow.
F-35s approximately in the deal. That's a lot. Pete, you can call me what
And
you
yet,
want, man.
it's
as
not
long
moving
as
up.
I'm sitting here and you're,
But it
you're
may be
sitting
that the
over
news
there.
hasn't
There you go.
hit yet.
Yeah, so we're looking for 160
It may also
point
be that
move if this impulse is correct. And
this is
normally,
interesting.
I would like to
That
see the
pullback is
pullback. So
interesting.
from, you look at October 3rd to the 22nd.
Why
you're
is
looking at,
it?
what's this? 1, 2, 3.
Why is it dropping on that news?
13 trading days, so 2.5 weeks. I would like to see at least half of that come back, and the good test would have been a pullback to the 29.56 area, which we started going and we held the 8-point momentum, the 8-period momentum moving line. Now we're pushing up again, so from that move in those 13 days was 160 S&P points. We pulled back, so again, we didn't get the pullback that normally you would see on structure. But the 160 now takes me up to 3154-ish, 3155. So here, I'll take a quick snapshot of that. So here, and I know I'll label these because I know a lot of the new guys might not get what I'm talking about.
So I'm currently looking at LMT contracts to see what their
And anything
pricing
can happen,
is.
but no, I agree with you. You got to be cautious, guys. You know, the volume, you need the volume for conviction, but the only thing that pays you is price, right? So, the volume gives you that conviction, but the price is the only thing that pays. And overshooting historically comes with volume because it's too much too fast, and they overshoot in either direction, to the upside or the downside. So here, in my opinion, I'm actually short right now, but in my opinion, I'm, it's a low risk entry. If you get short, say, hey, if we take out 30.45, 30.44.08 on the SPX, we make a new high, I'm wrong. So it's a low area where you know right away if you're wrong. If we make a higher high, you're wrong, get out. So crap, this low. All right, so here is an AB. I was long the S&P minis. Now I'm short. So
it looks like Tesla is dropping.
A technical trade is all. All right, so here's your.
Got people telling me that.
Daily with.
Yes, it is. 323. What the? From 340? Holy cow, Tesla.
Barring
what in the world?
We all know what volume is. It's kind of in the summer, hey, sell in May and go away because all the traders are away, so you see lighter volume, but the markets will still push in one direction or another.
Wow, that is quite the drop on
it.
Tesla.
Yeah. Mary Kroger, if you see this line on the ES, I share these with you guys all the time, that 30.42. I was long from 30.06 to 30.29 and took profits at 42. Now I got short, at 40, and I got short at 42.
See, he's just playing this channel right here. The same thing we were just talking about.
So I am just trading the chart. That is it. Nothing else. I don't listen to the news. I don't care about any of that stuff. And I just caught a nice almost 40 points on the S&Ps, which was massive. But anyway, here's your ES 15-minute chart, and there's some lines on there. So
we did hit. Go ahead, Pete.
No, that's fine. The yellow lines are the strongest, guys. Those are point of controls combination with, I call them an algo line. They're called voodoo lines. They're a combination of volume, areas of congestion, and also time spent in that area with Fibonacci's. So those are the strongest lines, are your yellows. Your reds are your R1, R2. Your greens below are your S1, S2. Thanks, Teresa. Sorry.
So this is the chart that he was just mentioning for anybody that wants to reference that. And I typically save his charts.
Johnny. I put them up there every day. I mean, I just shared them again. There they go. They're right there. You guys have known these lines, and I've said it so many times. Guys who've been around memorize these things. So when you're out, you can talk to people, say, hey, 30.06 is support. 30.29, we took that out. That's support. If we take that out, the next area is 30.06. You got the psychological 3,000 number. And then below that, you have 29.80. You have 29.56, 29.47. 29.30. There should not be a question in your mind. Those, in my opinion, you should know those levels, because that is the time you could look at every single day that you're trading. You can see that most time that we spend is in those areas. I do look at market profile, low profile. I usually look at after the week is over. See, it gives me understanding, like we're talking about right now with volume, is there conviction behind? So I can see in the market profile if we are, and that's, you guys will hear me talk about market structure. Relatively speaking, it's the same as market profile. We need strong foundation in order. If a stock doesn't spend time somewhere and there's no blood in the game, for lack of a better expression, it's going to go right through that resistance or that support. Now, when it spends time somewhere for a long period of time, and you have a lot of people's interest in there, a lot of vested interest, there's a lot of blood in the game. So believe it, there's going to be support and there is going to be resistance, just based off of time spent in those areas. And here, King, what I want to share with you, check out this weekly on the S&P. This is a massive inverted head and shoulders.
And for those folks watching, we did take out 65.85. We have pulled back just a little bit.
there it is, King. There's that weekly there. So you can see that, man. Massive. Does it mean it plays out? I don't know.
Yeah, I see that, man.
But right now, I would look for those all-time highs. If we do get some continuation when we come back, I mean, look for the right ceilings become floors. So previous resistance, look for that to become support. Even though we're extended, I would like to see us come back down to that December trend line and refill. You know, fill back up, gas her back up.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the music back on. It sounds like Pete is done.
Hey, Chrome Dream, when you look at support and resistance, you know, you draw your fib lines, look for clusters. So that's what I mean by that. I have a combination of an area where the stock for, let's say, you know, I'm looking at the ES, but any stock, when you look at Fibonacci's,
Doesn't
and
look
if you
like
see,
my. Can you guys hear me?
Fibonacci 50% retracement is right.
I do
from
use
a
pivot
previous
points.
area of support. So if we retrace the things we have on our side, guys, it's like throwing a dart, you know, flipping a coin on a stock. If we retrace, then hold that 50% retracement, that is one probability.
Okay. For some reason, it's not showing
the previous
me.
resistance is also at that area, and now
usually there's an audio meter that shows me what's.
So as traders,
it's not lighting up right now.
Head and shoulders pattern,
I
that's
have
three
done.
Probabilities. The more probabilities we could get in our favor, the
I did one
higher
video
the likelihood of us being
that's
right
on YouTube.
Is. Now,
that is perfect. Like,
that I did with Pete.
Like, I completely understand that. Like, the light bulb's going off in my head right now.
That was like a breakdown of the target TGT chart. It's on my YouTube channel, and it's pretty long, but it's really good. And it goes through kind of how he maps stuff out. We are going to do some more. He's just
right.
However, he travels
you still
a lot.
Have to use proper money management.
He's a pilot.
If you are not right, you have to get out. Say, hey, all the reasons I
and
got
so
in,
it's been tough because he's been freaking all over the place.
I'm wrong. I'm out.
But we are going to do some more, definitely. I've talked to him about
so you don't get hurt.
Co-streaming, doing a live stream with me.
Or your chart, which is the
that will
DNA
definitely
of
happen.
the stock, play out.
And
stock could be a great company, guys.
Mari and I are going to do some more stuff
chart
together
is the DNA.
too.
It could be a phenomenal company and a shitty stock, or it could be a shitty company and a phenomenal stock.
Money Matters, you're right. MU is taking a dip here. Thank you, thank you.
All right, so I'm going to turn this back down. I think we're around here, volume-wise somewhere. Let me know if that's okay. All right. We got 19 viewers. When it gets back up to 20, I'm going to give everybody some points. I think I can do that. I think it lets me. Again, guys, this is like for a sticker. This is just while I test and figure out how all this works. But it's a cool sticker.
That is amazing.
So there was somebody in the room. OMG winner did follow the alert LRCX and made over 100% on it. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Let's see. How do I do this? How do I do this? Interval, even payout, donation.
Now here, let me show you guys something. I'm long this position, okay? So I have to make a decision, right? I got long, and now we could all see technically. I got long because we made a higher high, so it was a momentum trade, right? So momentum is an 8-period moving average, with support being the 21-period moving average. So here's DG. This is a daily. We could all pull this up on Fitbits. Now I'm going to show you. We could all see, hey, it's at resistance. Pete, what are you still doing long in that name, right? Now, I'm going to show you the reason I'm still long.
Oh, here we go.
I'm asking
Add
myself,
points
it's
to
like, okay,
all viewers.
the momentum is flattening, which you can see here is the cyan, blue, magenta line, or excuse me, blue line, and the magenta line is the 21 period, which is support. So the reason
I guess it doesn't announce that when I do it. I thought it would, but
you know, how much
it
time
didn't.
do I have on these November 15s? I have 18 days left, and I know that theta the last 28 days really accelerates, right? So I need to ask myself, is this 21 period going to hold? And if it does, I need
Aster Tomasito.
I might give him another day or two.
Welcome.
But
Thanks for
understand,
following.
if the markets are lofty, if the markets start selling off, there's a high probability that this will sell off as well. Then, if it does, I'm
So,
gonna I'll look for this thing to come
right now, Pete is talking about the Dollar General chart. So I know you guys can't hear that because I have. Actually, yes, you can. This is the chart that he's referring to.
On those November 160 calls. And again, I'm not getting as hurt as bad because I'm in the money on these things. Deeper in the money, you're not affected as greatly with the other Greeks with the Vegas and the thetas, the time decay. But they had great numbers. Previous resistance 160. You know, we're pulling back. What do we do here at the 21 period? Does it hold? If it does, I'll likely look to roll these out into January. It's kind of similar to AMAT. I took a loss on my Novembers, but then I rolled them out to the Januaries, and now those are up.
Can I get a quick alert in? Please?
It looks like we had another alert, maybe, that just popped up. Let's go check it out. And I don't know why when I'm streaming I have to refresh the browser, and it is driving me crazy. Did something just hit? Roku. Those Roku puts, they're buying the 141. That's a roulette bearish at 250. God, and Roku has been in beast mode. So my 175s are up 30%. Let's go look at the Roku chart. That could be a hedge. I have one of them left. That's up 30%. So let's go. I'm going to go back and look at that alert for a second. I'm trying to keep an eye on the chart as well to see if I want to hold on to this last Roku call that I have. But I'm going to go take a look at that alert. So the roulettes are what it sounds like, right? That's kind of like a gamble. After roulette, you'll get repeater if it continues. And then that's a little stronger. And then you'll have repeater, which means they're just pounding them. But this was 120K sweep, put sweep. Could have been a hedge, maybe, I don't know, but it's these 150s that came in right after. So, and that one was 74K. 159 contracts versus 218 contracts. I was just seeing if there's any sort of similarity between the size. What's up, Jen? Thanks for joining. Welcome. So yeah, I was just checking to see if there's any sort of correlation between those. But the calls are what they've been hitting all day. So, and all of these are showing us that these are all at or above the ask. Now, typically we don't watch the blocks, just the sweeps. So, like I said, if it was, when you start seeing repeater or rapid fire, those are like, okay, let's go look at this immediately. Like, what's going on here? But just for one, sizable sweep to come through, and it may work out perfectly. Roku is, this area right here could definitely see some resistance. It's up here at 146. So I would expect there to be some resistance here, and maybe that's what caused that, why that buyer said, I'm gonna take 100 and whatever it was, $120,000 worth of it. 121,000. And when we talk about good places, good entries and exits, right? Like, that's a pretty safe, like, if this thing continues and goes up another $1, then, maybe you're out. You'd have to give it, and look at this. This candle coming in. There's definitely going to be some resistance here. Now, it could get through that. It may not. But, if you were trying to play puts, that entry, the spot, I like it because pretty quick if you were right or wrong. But I would rather see it a little higher before trying to short it, but it looks like there's some support there. If it starts pulling back on the longer time frame. All right, we are gonna end this contest today. So if anyone else wants a raffle ticket for a sticker, I'm not gonna do it right now. There's still time. So, but yeah, I think those are kind of the key levels, and then this 128.28. But obviously we're way above that. And whoever was asking about pivots, if I use pivots, I do. I don't take the time normally, unless I'm really looking at something long term, to like draw them out. But TradingView gives you fib pivots. They may not be drawn exactly the way that you would draw them or whatever, but it does give you the ability to add fib pivots to your chart. And so usually, like, just for a glance, I turn those on, and that way I can just hide them if I don't want to see them on the chart. But yeah, that's what I use. And then you've also got, people saw this last week, but this will give you, like, if you're looking for pivots on, say, the 1 hour chart, if you scroll down, it will show you the Woody pivots, classic pivots, the fib pivots on a 1 hour time frame. So I'll use that quite a bit so I can see, where they are on a, daily time frame, or down to, a 1 minute or whatever. You can just glance at them real quick that way. And that's what what I'm looking for. This is TradingView. I'll throw this in here. for you. If you do decide to try it, if you use this, I appreciate it because it helps me pay for my subscription to TradingView. But yeah, it's TradingView. And I like it because I can have things like, you know, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have like 9 tabs, TradingView tabs open with different charts and different time frames, and I can just flip through them really quick, which is why I like it. So like this one's showing me the SPY on a 5-minute, 30-minute, 1 minute. This is the SPY in relation to Facebook, Microsoft, Amazon, and Apple. So I can see, you know, out of those, you know, what might be moving, converse to the SPY, and then UBXY right here. This is 2-year, 10-year bond yield. So this gives me just a quick glance at, you know, some of the market internals. And then I have in my E-Trade window, I have it set up to show me the tick and the trend. And I'm also looking at the ES futures. So that's kind of how I try to gauge or get a sense of market direction and strength. And, you know, when there is a move or the market as a whole pulls back, I'm going to look to see if I can figure out, all right, is this news driven or is this technical? How much volume is behind this? Is this a sell program that's coming in? You know, what's going on here? And that's kind of how I try to look at it all. That's a catchy beat, I guess. Let's go back and look at Roku, see if those guys' puts are paying out yet. You gotta be green on them. 1%. And if this doesn't act as support right here, he could get that downside that he's looking for. Or she, whoever it is. Hell, it was probably Maria. And I'll watch this flow screen sometimes too, just to see, like, you know, if you start seeing a trend, you start seeing a bunch of sweeps come through, you can catch them, you know, before they actually alert sometimes. So if you start seeing the same name over and over again, you know, it's like, okay, let's go see what this is all about. And then, you know, see if there's an alert. I've got to get a different mic. That's next on my list. This is a lapel mic, and it drives me crazy because I'm like hardwired to my computer. Between the headphones and the lapel mic, it's either that or I'm wearing like my Surface headphones that are Bluetooth, or I have a couple different headsets, but the battery seems to die at the wrong time. So I tend to prefer these wired ones, but I'm gonna have to figure something else out. All right, pull up the alert screen. Well, we were at 4. I think 4 losers in the alerts. Now we're down to 3. So this right here, support on the 1 minute on Roku, where it's sitting right now. Again, if you know, are looking for safe entries with, you know, lower risk, Roku is volatile. So I tell like new traders, like, don't trade Roku because it can make some wild moves. But if you are looking to trade Roku and looking to go long on Roku, it's sitting right at support. The safest plays, are waiting for that support to be confirmed, looking for confirmation that this trend is going to continue. And then make your entry and look to exit, near resistance up at, 151, maybe down here. Let's see, where's that? 140. That's about where we're at. But I'm not picking this one up right now because I just don't know what's going on here with the market. You get the SPY back down at support. So I'm not going to pick this one up right now, but if the lines you calculate are on the daily chart, I use it, I'll switch it up. It depends on what gives me a clear picture. There are certain charts where if you look at it on a 15-minute chart, and zoom it out, it's so choppy that you can't really tell. This one is a 2-hour chart down here on Roku. So that's what I'm using. And Roku, you can kind of do that, right? Because it, when you start looking at these lines, it's like, okay, well, this one, in order to look at where, this $100 area, you're going back to August. And everything down here, at least at this point, isn't relevant. So why do you use 2-hour first person? Like I said, I if I glance at a 2-hour and I go, it's not really showing me anything clear, then I'll try another time frame. And if it's a stock that's been around for, like a long time and it, stays in a range, then I might pull it up. Sometimes I'll use a weekly chart. Just depends on, sometimes I glance at a 4-hour chart or something and I just don't, it just doesn't, there's nothing that stands out. Like this chart, 2-hour chart, I think there's some key areas that definitely stand out where it's spent, some time. That's all I'm looking for. And usually I'm not doing it today. Usually what I'll do is I'll look at a longer, like maybe a daily, and then I'll draw some support and resistance on a daily chart with like red lines. And then I'll drop it down to like a 1-hour or a 2-hour chart and I'll draw those in yellow. And then white lines go in the 1 minute. And that way I know when it's approaching those levels, I know how strong they are. Cool. Yeah, so from the links in my, in the mod room in Discord, I'm guessing. Something else I was playing with, that 8-ball. Just fun stuff, toys. And anybody that's not, is there anybody that's watching? I assume there are some people that are watching that are not BlackBox members, which is fine. But if you're not a BlackBox member, there is another Discord server that I have where we can chat about whether it's BlackBox or TradingView or chart setups or whatever else. So there you go. Nice bounce right there on Roku. Any thoughts on the JD put alerts based on daily resistance? Let's go look at JD. JD's another one. Obviously, trade news, tariff news impacts them quite a bit. And yeah, it is. I mean, even you can see that. You can see this perfectly on even a 2-hour chart, right? Where it's at and where they're buying puts. That's about the safest place to buy them. I mean, this was support back in August of last year, and you're right there. So if there is going to be a pullback, if this is not going to continue, you're at the right spot for sure. Let me go back and look at the. Oh God, this drives me. Oh, I didn't even have to refresh at that time. Damn it! I don't know why. It only does this when I'm streaming too. It's weird. Let's go back and look at the alert. 31.50 puts this week for 50 cents. And what's it at? 31.69. Yeah, look at that pullback. Yeah, and there's not much premium on those. And it's up, what, 50 cents on the day? Yeah, I mean, that was a low risk, a pretty low risk shot that you could take. And you still, you still could. You're still right near that spot. And if there's any headline that comes out that's negative as it relates to the trade war that's going on, JD will take a hit. Bobby, what do you want me to post the link to? When I was talking about the other Discord server, you're in BlackBox, aren't you? Yeah, you're in BlackBox. So it's really for people that aren't in BlackBox yet. Okay, so now you got to break this 3164, 3163 to see continuation. I mean, I'm happy to invite you in there, but you're not going to get anything there that you're not going to get in BlackBox, because really it's just want to go over the signal when you have the time, the signals that I use. Well, yeah, I mean, you're looking at them, right? Kind of what I'm trying to talk through, and this is difficult to talk through this stuff and try to trade live, but I made a couple trades today, and AbbVie is that trade is working out really nicely. That is a nice pop, almost 78. Yeah. I mean, these indicators, right? This KST indicator I really like. The TTM squeeze I like. The sentiment indicator, not sediment. I like that indicator. But I rely pretty heavily on these EMAs, the 200 MA and VWAP. Okay, so when you see this on this sentiment indicator, it indicates a potential change in direction. Doesn't always happen. Typically, you'll see 2 or 3 of them in a short period. And that tells me that, okay, we're probably going to see a pullback. This the VPVR, this volume profile that you see over here on the right, that's pretty good too. It just shows you kind of the relation of buying and selling, bid versus ask type volume. And when you see all of this right here, that shows you that this is a really key level. And that buyers were willing to step in and buy this back up. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can see the settings on this thing. Up volume, down volume, volume area up, volume area down. So it just shows you like, okay, based on the amount of volume that comes in at that level, how much of that volume is driving the price up versus driving it down. So I use this as, okay, up here at, near 80, pretty much all the volume was driving the price down, which, you see in the action, but this kind of, helps you track it throughout the day or on longer time frames. It's the difference between red and orange. So the orange shows down volume, volume area down, whereas the red down volume. I don't know exactly what that means, except for the fact that when you see the, hold on, I need to keep an eye on this for a second. I just want to see what it's going to do here. If it's going to hold this 80 MA or if it's going to pull back again. It looks like it's going to hold it. I need to go check on that position real quick. I just can't remember how many contracts I have. And I want to make sure that I take some off the table if it's gonna see any sort of pullback. I want to be ready for it. I am not looking at BYND anymore because I'm not playing it. So Sprint, and this is a low dollar, typically not a big, but it's been giving decent range, and you can make some good money on this one. I'm in it long just because Sprint has sucked for so long and their stocks are cheap, and they had the merger deal with T-Mobile, and it looks like that's going to go forward. And it was cheap enough to get in, and they're being super aggressive right now with their like taking over contracts and contract buyouts and all that stuff. And LMT making a nice move to the upside. Yeah, I think V may go. Got a chance to go on a little run here. You are definitely see if we can get through this resistance here. It's got to break that 78 and hold above it. break above and hold above it. See if I got stopped out of CRM yet. Nope, still in CRM. The stop is there. I can actually move that stop up now. God, these AbbVie 78s, 135 by 139. What got me into AbbVie? Oh, there you go, Bobby. Thanks. Yeah, I know that you know, when it starts, I didn't know exactly what it meant. I just pay closer attention because it tends to, you know, act as support and resistance for sure. AbbVie. So I got into AbbVie Commons like in the 60s. I started buying it around 64. And the main reason is because I have a good friend that is a pharmacist and has been for a long time. Like she is a like a regional manager for one of the main companies, and she was telling me about this AbbVie deal with them purchasing the Allergen, and how AbbVie, because of that, like what they paid for Allergen, was taking a really big drop, and I watched it take a big drop. So this is a 2-hour. Like, let's just go out to a weekly chart, and you can kind of see where this thing came from. Like 125 up here was January last year, and everyone thought that they paid too much money for Allergen, and it was a big deal. It was not cheap, but you know, now all the analysts are coming back and saying that they didn't overpay and that it set them up really well for the long term. They also have a really good dividend. So those two factors, the fact that, okay, they didn't really overpay. It was expensive and it might take them a while to recoup those costs, but they're a good company, and you know, they're setting themselves up for long-term growth. And so I like the growth potential, and the dividend is what got me in the common shares. And you know, it bottomed out down here around 62, 63-ish, something like that. And you know, this is the weekly, so you see what it's been doing on the weekly chart since August. There was like this turnaround that happened, right? So that's kind of what got me in. And now being where it is just kept me in because it just keeps heading in the right direction, and it's reclaiming some of this. Now I think it's going to be a while for it to reclaim it all, but you know, I've been playing weeklies on this pretty much every week. And I have longer dated leaps as well. Like I have January 2021 calls, $90 calls that I got in for like $1.17. Because I was looking at this thing going, okay, in 2 years, you know, I would expect that they have recouped some of this money. And it's just positive news just keeps coming out about them. And Kramer this morning pumping them. But it's been pretty consistent good news. So I figured for $1 I would you know, take a long shot on it out to January 2021. So plenty of time on them, right? when I bought them, and they still have plenty of time. So, and then I have some. Also have. I have the 90s for January 2021, and then I have September 2020 8250 calls that I got in at $1.67, and they're now 470 by 495. And those are paid for. I had bought a couple of them, and I took some profit to pay those off. So they're basically a free roll at this point. Let's see. I need to go back and look at a line because I do still have calls in a line that are nice and green. Now we're over 250 again. So I don't have to stare at this a line chart. At this point, I kind of just want to know if it breaks 250. I'm going to put it down here, 250.41. 250.36 is where that alert went. And then up here, I'm going to put this at like 251.25. So then I know if that triggers, then it's, out of this kind of range or near it, and I can reassess and see what I need to do. So AbbVie is entering this kind of key. This is an area where last week I said the 70, I drew those boxes last week, the 76 or 77-ish, up here to like 81.30. That could be a tough area to get through. Because there's people that were buying in here, right? And then they probably thought that was the bottom after that drop from the 120s. And it consolidated for a long time. So there was a lot of people buying up here. So as we get closer to this, area, there's going to be some people that are probably saying, get me out of this trade, like it's finally green, which creates resistance. So that's why I bought them so long out, though, those leaps, because I know, I'm expecting it to take some time to get through this stuff. I'm going to go back to the black box screen and see if there's anything new here that's popped up. More JD puts. And something just crossed an alert line. And it was a line. Hit that lower line right there. And I think I'm just going to take those. They're up about 30%. I have this week's 250 calls. Let's see if it gets any sort of bounce here where it bounced before. Let's see if we get another little bounce. And this is another one kind of like AbbVie. I mean, it's, you know, it still has a gap to fill. And you can see the 4-hour chart. But not likely to make it all back today. So and I'm actually looking, I'd like to swing this, the last bit of a line that I have, but I need it to hold up because, again, like those are green. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to give that money up. Those Roku puts now down 15% from when that came in. So this JD, I might take a stab at this one. If it can get back through to the downside. It could get interesting. Especially if there's any more, you know, weakness in the market, that can help push that down. And right now, UVXY, you know, still pretty choppy. SPY pretty choppy. So what did they buy? They got 3150s for this week. 40 some cents. This is probably, I would not be surprised if that was the same buyer too. Averaging down. Would not be surprised. So the 3150s are now pricing 40 by 42. I'm going to follow this alert. Again, you know, if it breaks above, I know that the trade has failed. It's not going to work out. Or all, you know, at that point I would. And those aren't real expensive. So, you know, I'll take a shot at that. Up here near what has been resistance. You know, I would have liked to see it pull back a little further. And then reject this 34. So I would say it's a little more risky just because, you know, of where it's at. But as of right now, it's failed to make a higher high, and it's not even gone back yet to test that 31.75 again. So I'd like to see this cross back below that 34. But it's another one. There's not much premium on them. So I did get in those. And I filled at, I filled at 42 cents. I do have some AbbVie $80 calls that were yellows for this week. Man, it would be nice if those hit because I have a couple of them. But we'll see what happens. I wonder if that YouTube stream, I don't know. I guess this is mostly BlackBox members that probably came here because I posted the link in BlackBox. But for those of you that don't know, I post a lot of videos. There's gonna be a lot of them that happen this week too on YouTube. I do a lot of, like quick and dirty 3 minutes on a chart, what to look for, that sort of thing. I need to do another, I'm gonna see if I could do another guess the close for non-BlackBox members this week. Go back and look at JD. So far has failed to crack that 32 or that 34. What are you guys watching? Anybody watching anything else? I mean, I don't need to jump at anything else, but I mean, right now this, AbbVie's got my attention since I'm in that one. Watching a line right here, see what it does right here, and follow that JD alert. So, and I'm still in CRM, but I do have a stop set. So you're in JD from the second alert, about the same price. Cool. Good luck to us. We're holding hands. Let's see where CRM's at. And CRM has just continued to climb. Had a little pullback there. Let's see if that run can continue. This obviously struggling here. Where are we at on the 1 minute? Watching BLK and Roku. God, Appy. Just gorgeous. Keep going, please. My $80 calls. I got in those last week. And they are still red. And AbbVie has let me down on weeklies a few times. Out of the money calls like that. Where it's like, okay, this week's going to be the week. It's going to get there. It's going to get to 8. And then it, you know, or whatever number, and it doesn't. It sputters for 3 days. But who knows? Maybe with the Kramer pump this morning, it's got a shot. All right. And JD, you need to keep your ass down. We don't need you doing all this. I'm going to go over to the main BlackBox chat. You know, I don't think I've ever posted, maybe I did last week, posted that I was streaming. Throw that link in there. Well, it's testing it again. So, you know, if we zoom in a little bit, you can see there's been a few times, you know, where we at 31.75. I would say my risk on this, it may go test that 32 whole number again. And CRM, yeah, it may go test that 32 again. And I wouldn't want, we'll see how the contracts move. Watch that one close, Denny. Denny, yeah. Yeah, there's a pop. All right, let's see what those contracts, how they're moving. They're at 40 cents right now from 42 cents. And it is getting, that's a nice pop. Yeah. I got my finger on the button. That one may take a little time to play out. I just don't want to, you know, I'm not going to hold on to those contracts. For any period of time. So 3 alerts on JD today. Yeah, I'm about to cut this one, I think. Or 3 on a 1 hour. 31.97. I don't want to have to wait for it to get to 32, I think. The contracts really haven't moved at all yet. Still 40 cents. Yeah, I don't like what it's doing. I'm gonna this one you probably, you know, could you might have to risk up to 32. Or that 31.79, you know, R3 on the 1 hour chart. Like that coming into play. And, you know, obviously right now it's just keeps moving higher. You know, I like this play. Kind of wish they had some more time on them. So we just had an alert come through on AAL. Repeater bullish. They're buying the December 20th $32 calls for $1.25. Not much premium on those either for being, having that much time. It's been making a nice move. Demand for air travel is very strong. Call buyer realizes 19% same day gains. To re-rate higher, says Buckingham. We've had some good news. Positive at least. Let's go look at the chart. Oh, nice bounce on a line. Off the 200 there, that's a nice bounce. Let's go look at AAL. Yeah, this spot right here, if it can get through that. Let's look at this. I'm actually going to zoom this out to a daily. So this one's interesting because this is where it has spent quite a bit of time since the end of last year that it's entering into this. It's in this zone now. So that's interesting. Interesting spot because this has been its price channel for a long time. Yeah, I actually like that play too. It's already made, what, a $3 run? Oh no, 60 cents. It's 31.30 to 31.50. I mean, it's moving pretty slow. That's why they're out to December. I don't think that would be a bad swing, but yeah, and JD just keeps pushing. Come on, turn around, go the other way. Nice pop on CRM. So I'm glad I set that stop and I didn't sell out of those. Now I can push my stop up. Now this 153.73 area should act as, support for the day. Maybe even 71, 153.71. You would want that to act as support. Otherwise, you're, down here 153.60-ish. But so far, she's making a nice move. Go back and glance at UVXY. Still down here at support. SPY nearing this resistance again. So you could see, we'll see. We'll see if the market wants to take a run or if we reject that area, pull back. Microsoft, what are you doing up there at 144? Yeah, and AL's making a nice run here. JD seems to be following the way. It does. Yeah. I'm going to dump these just because I'm not committed to it. I mean, they're not even really moving much, right? Like, they're only 4 cents off where I bought them. And that's why, you know, I kind of considered it to be, yeah, it's not super risky. Okay, so I filled at 38 cents, 42 to 38. I just don't want to hold them to wait to see if it's gonna reject. So, not with other stuff that is moving the right direction. But I had 5 contracts and I only lost 20 bucks, so whatever, no big deal. $44.34. See if Microsoft can get through, can push through that. But I'm gonna go take a look at those real quick. There's 30,000 volume on the 145s. 30,000 in volume, 31,000 in volume on those. Let's see what kind of pullback we can get here. Bobby, you've been sitting here that long and you just now hit the follow button? Come on, dude. Thought we were boys. That's all good. Me too. I'm figuring it out. I mean, this is only the 3rd day that we've done this, so you know. And Danny, thank you. Ah, gotcha. You should see, I'll have to turn the camera around and show you, like, I don't do anything half-ass, and I decided I was going to try to do this, like, live streaming thing. You should see what it looks like in front of me right now. It's like, I had to turn the lights down because they were so bright I couldn't even, it was like, I was squinting the whole, I couldn't even, like, see this. All I saw was dots on the screen because they were so bright. I think I maybe went a little overboard. Yeah, it's a little crazy. Okay, so Microsoft has pulled back to this 34. Those 145s have a ton of volume on them. But I don't know what the market's going to do, what direction they're going to take it. UVXY got a little bounce. And SPY is fucking, this 303.53 area is, it's rejected. You don't like to, I use the 21 sometimes too, but I don't know. The 34 and the 8 have kind of just been what I've used. Just kind of like the way they move. But, you know, there's nothing wrong with, like, you know, longer term swing stuff. Pete likes the 89. A lot of people use the 34 and the 9. It's just, you know. And I try, I don't want too much stuff on here, right? So it's like, what's another EMA? What the hell is this button? When did they add this? This is brand new. I just noticed that this financials button in TradingView, this was not there on Friday. That button did not exist. Oh, geez. Now they give me a whole bunch of shit I gotta go look at, figure out. Term debt, quarterly, annually. Financing from operating, from investing activities, free cash flow. Earnings yield, price to book. Holy moly. Yeah, Bobby, I'm going to have to go and explore some of that stuff. I'll have to play with it. I have not seen that. Price to sales, return on equity quarterly. What's that do? Oh, it's down here. I suppose I should not have added that to a 1 minute chart. All right, so you know, trying to play this bounce on the 34. Maybe. Especially with all the volume on those 145s. Very interesting. And it just broke through it. See if it, what it does, if it's going to hold here or not. But with, ooh, AbbVie, what the hell are you doing? That was an ugly couple candles. And that's, AbbVie makes those moves on you. Again, that, it actually did break above 78, and I missed it. I didn't even see it. But it did break it. And I am not surprised at all that there's some selling that came in, you know, at that level. Sell volume coming back into JD up here might finally be it. Yeah. This chart, Bobby, it should be in my, should be in the list. If it's not, I'll add it. The one with, oh. Yeah, this one right here. This setup. Yeah, this one, I don't know if I shared it or not. But I certainly can. For now, I'll just throw it in here. No, I just, you know, I have a few different setups that I play with that I look at. I don't even know. I'd have to go back to that other one. Probably just a few, like, probably just, because the 8, the 34, the VWAP, and usually the 200 MA are on just about all of them. Yeah, so I just shared this layout. That's the link I just put in there, so it should have all of this unless I haven't saved it or something, but yeah, should all be there. So Microsoft is not, at least for now, did not hold that 34, but we'll see if it pops back up. Sure. Yeah, no worries. You can have any of the, doesn't bother me. This has kind of been my favorite on a 1 minute. So CRM had a pullback as well. And we just got an alert. Let me go see what that's all about. Roulette bullish on SKWS. Was that a roulette bullish and a roulette bearish? What in the hell? I've never seen that. I mean, those came in. What the hell was that? I have never seen that before. All right, I got to pop into Discord chat for a second. And what the shit? Do they have, I wonder if that was a spread. That's a spread. Those are the same, or a, what do they call that? Straddle? 91 calls and puts at the same exact time. Yeah, that was a straddle. That was funny. I don't think I've ever noticed it. I'm sure they've come through. I don't think I've ever noticed it. Yeah, that was crazy. Let's see what else we got going on. Back to Microsoft. Okay, nice bounce here. So 145s are still 83 by 84. That's a long ways to go though. It needs to go back up here and make a new high for those to pay, but yeah. I'll take a stab at that one. And I would consider, 144 needs to hold. At least if you're planning on, trading this intraday. Nice dip here on UVXY. It looks like SPY actually broke above this resistance, so. I'm going to go back and take a look at, let's see what a line's doing. Ulta. What the hell? I don't want that. This was that price channel that we drew last week on Microsoft. Obviously, it's gapped well above that. That LRCX. Yeah, and we saw some puts come through on that one. Yeah, it has. Couple bucks from up here 281 to 278. Still up $9. But yeah, it Reddit VWAP on the 1 minute. Real close. Dare I try the 250s on Alta again? Far out of the money. They're probably still really expensive. I usually wait until Thursday to make that stupid decision. But I say that, but it's paid off really, really well a few times. Like playing $5 or $10 out of the money and picking up some cheap. At some point, it's gotta fill some of this gap. That gap. But it's Monday, so they're still going to be, like, going that far out of the money. They're still going to be, well, not too bad, actually. $2. But still, maybe it just gets these gnarly pullbacks. And fucking BA. And this thing was down 320. I think it actually hit like 322, yeah. Last week. CRM, let's go test that again, that 153.84-ish. Another one that I've kind of been watching, and I've played it a few times, is Avaya on that Ring Central deal. It's been pretty choppy. But there's definitely, if you look at it on a longer term, your LRCX might be bouncing there. There's definitely some room to the upside. Avaya has been a piece of shit company for a long time, since people stopped using regular phones. Analog phone systems, they've struggled. But now they got this partnership deal that was announced not too long ago with Ring Central, which could be interesting. If I don't know the details of the partnership, but there's some levels on Avaya to watch longer term. If it it has rejected here a couple times. If you can get a break above, you know, this is one you could play. Longer term swing, potentially. You're going to have to wait for that news to materialize and for it to show up. But where it came from is interesting. I'd like it down here. You know, give me another shot at it. Under $11, and you know, but I don't think it's not looking like it's going to do that. Another little pop on UVXY, but it's pretty flat. Go look at the tick and the trend. I mean, the biggest tick that we've had today, just over 500 on the upside and 500 to the downside, which is right in between, you know, anything under 500, and you typically don't see a ton of action. You know, that's just kind of normal market. And then the trend is literally at 1. And so I look for that to be, you know, usually when you see a spike on the trend, that tells you that the market is taking some risk off the table and maybe a little bearish. And it's literally at 1. So, which is why we're seeing a lot of flat. All those things combined, and everything's going to be pretty flat. Well, not everything. Obviously, you're going to get some tickers that move. So sometimes days like this too, I'll pull up a screener and I'll look for, you know, where the volatility is at. Maybe we haven't had an alert or something to play. But you can go in here and start looking at like these screeners. So that's trend following, most volatile. What other filters I have here? Relative volume above 2. Well, that might be tricky. Let's put buy and sell. Yeah, that's fine. Now we're getting some, at least something to look at. So DE 173. And that would have been a nice place to pick it up. That would have been a real nice place to pick that up. Right there at the pivot. See if anything else in here catches my eye. I tend to like scroll through first and see what, you know, if they're names that I play that I'm familiar with how they move before I start just looking at other stuff. But see what this DHI is doing. Ooh, nasty. I don't know how it is where you live, but every place that I've lived, the DR Horton homes were not great. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. It's sitting, it bounced right here off that support that it's bounced at. You know, that's been support all the way back. That's last month. This month. Earlier this month. Let's look at this thing on 4 hour. I need to hide that. That is distracting. We did just have another alert come through. Steady bullish flow. Oh, SKWS again. Yeah, and they have earnings next month. And look at this drop here before earnings, and this drop here before earnings. You had a rise up into earnings here. This was a drop before earnings, drop before earnings. It likes to drop before earnings. Seems to be the trend, you know, more times. Kind of had that run up into ER and then this pullback. And what was the other? Oh, a line that just popped up. Trying to break that upside. Resistance. No, I don't want that. I don't need no stinking boxes. Yeah, so if it doesn't clear it this time, this third time, I might just take it. And it looks good, but all right, I'm going to ask the 8-ball because it's coming up on that same spot. 8-ball. Is it going to break this time? Are we going to get through it? Very doubtful. Very doubtful. On a line. The 8-ball is not convinced. And CRM, which I had my stop at 220, those are now 260. So they're up 35%. So I'm going to go in and modify my stop on that one. I had a stop at 210. So let's go see where it's at. Oh, AbbVie, 78.15. There we go. All right, and I'm going to check in on Discord, see if anybody's talking there.
And it dipped as low as 80.
Breaking news. Police officers for the first time will be allowed to wear body cameras during subjoint operations with federal agents, say the DOJ officials. What's the company Taser? I wonder if Taser's doing anything. They have, I think they have a lot of those contracts, don't they? TAZR? Wasn't it Taser? I thought it was Taser.
Also may have lured in some shorts off of that drop.
The ones that hold the heavy bag?
Man, or the ones who decided to double down thinking that goes
That
with
Taser was one of them.
It's funny, you know, there's definitely a large population of those folks. Because you naturally.
And I can't remember the name of the company.
Trading, there's times you make.
Anybody know?
You hold the bag, we'll call it. And then this is a ticker where you have your little fan club against it, a fan club against it. So they're just going to be averaging down when they can.
They don't know how to read. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the position they are.
Hey, Teresa,
Yes, darling. What's up?
did you ever buy the Disney long term yet?
I didn't. Every time I go to buy her, she dips again. So.
And I'm moving. So the stop on CRM, I'm just going to put it at 250.
They do. Yep. Frozen is November 22nd. Disney Plus is November 12th, and I think their ER is November 7th. So definitely time to
Stop
start.
at 250.
Okay, thank you.
But do you see what I mean? Every time I go to get them.
What's up, dog?
So, yeah, their ER
Heavy.
is November the 7th. And just for the past, I don't know, couple of weeks, she's just been chopping in this little area.
This is not the way that I'm used to seeing AbbVie move. I think Kramer's pump might have worked.
They're a late report.
Is Maria here at all?
That might have worked.
I'm ready.
Is he?
Sammy here.
The line finally broke out there.
Must have me blocked.
no.
There's no way that I would block the assassin.
I'm
Zero
blocking.
chance that happens.
Yay.
Crazy, you can hear.
Finally got that move
I can hear you now.
on the line.
Oh, okay. Let's check in.
Zero chance I blocked the assassin. Zero.
What's going on, Hel?
So, that Zero Hedge article that came out as far as that big bet on the VIX, if I were to buy a longer dated product for that type of thing, what would I want to buy?
Oh man. Are you buying it at?
That's a nice pop.
I'm buying it as I'll spend like, let's say $400 or $500 for a March-April YOLO. Let's call it.
So I'm up 50% now on that Align.
Lotto ticket.
Maybe do it like a $25 call.
On which product?
Either a 20 or on the VIX itself. You can do it on the VIX.
Holy
itself, or you can
shit.
The UVXY has that built in.
Fit. It's showing like 400%.
Yeah.
Did that thing, because it pulled back.
So they both do, but UVXY more so.
Nice. So I sold some up here on this spike. And then pulled all the way back here. And now it's moving up again. Nice. Should have held more than one, I guess.
The one that I'm looking at now
I sold almost all of it.
And they're $1.75 each.
Just because we hadn't heard a price
Those are the 25s.
yet. Didn't have any, there's no details. on that deal
If you have
that
something
have been
else you need to
released.
do, please do it. I can
No,
talk to you
you're
about it
good.
later.
No, you're good. I'm looking at.
So the 22s, this is, okay, so February 19th.
And those Navi 15s are 100%. Real, that alert was from last week. And I followed that one. Got in at 175. They're at 205, so they're up
A lotto ticket, right? Like
17%.
Playing the VIX. I'm just putting out a disclaimer. Playing the VIX is extremely.
I'm gonna go take a look at that one because I have not paid attention to it today.
Please sidestep this.
Right at resistance. There's a nice upward trend though since the 24th.
You would recommend going to the 25 instead of the 20? And
See if it can get through there. And guys, like some of these positions, right? Like if I follow an alert on something like a reel and, you know, I'm not watching it close, just like I've done with CRM today, like a lot of times I'll just set up either an alert to trigger or I'll just put a stop in and then, you know, kind of go back and look at it. PayPal, roulette bearish.
On PayPal, they're getting this week's 107 puts. They paid $1.17.
I like the repeater and the steady flow alerts more than I do these roulettes, but
Tells I'm back.
ooh, PayPal. I mean, it's a little over $1 that it's made so far to the downside.
How much were those?
Any news? Just cut up the square.
You said out to March.
fives are $1.
Those are
That's
$1.
better as long as you don't play it too, like don't I wouldn't go too heavy on them. But if you're just looking for a YOLO play,
Is it like get 3 of those instead of the 2 of the 20s? Does that make more sense?
I'd grab
Get
5
3
of the
25 instead of 2 20s?
If it were me, I'd grab 5 of the 25s.
Everybody's help.
That's just me.
Google has reportedly held secret meeting with FedEx, according to CNBC. Someone got a pop on that.
Just listening in Discord chat, they said Google has reportedly held a secret meeting with FedEx. I don't really know what that means.
Somebody to ship the Fitbits, Teresa.
They're saying in chat that maybe they need somebody to... Oh, you guys can hear that. I don't know why I'm still... yeah, you guys should be able to hear that. Probably don't need to
That's just kind of an
repeat it. And anybody watching, just so you know, this is not my music here. This is just like free music that Twitch gives you. Or it's Pretzel, I think is what it's called, but it's royalty-free music, so I can stream it and, you know, if I record it or cut out a clip and it goes on YouTube, I don't have to worry about, you know, them paying an artist or copyright infringement or something like that. And I think there's actually a way you can, any viewers can like change it or request or something. It should be in the Twitch panels.
Rocky trying to make sense of a fundamental stock ticker.
All right, Tech, settle in.
I mean, he's throwing darts at everybody. He just threw one at me for wanting a longer-term fixed product.
I want somebody. There's 19 people here watching, and nobody's talking.
Mr. Money.
It's quiet.
But on that note, Rocky, VIX does not have a PE at all.
You're totally.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I hear you on that.
Oh shoot, Ryan, that's right. We did get that alert on PayPal. That's only tomorrow. PayPal.
Didn't PayPal already report last week?
Yeah, PayPal reported.
No, they did report it.
All right, let's see what the loyalty points look like. PB, you have 114 points. You can get a free sticker. You can get a raffle ticket for a free sticker. Yeah, no, it's just a fucking sticker, but it's the first one. And a line. Continuing to push here.
Thank you, Mel.
Pretty welcome.
And Abby is going to try to break this. High a day, it looks like. That was the previous. Go look at those Abby calls. The longer, those leaps.
All right, Maria.
Yeah, you guys don't want to know.
That I'm looking at this afternoon?
Yeah, or that you're liking.
Well, TTD's up like, a bajillion dollars. So I'm just watching it.
I don't want to talk about TTD. I don't want to talk about Shop. TTD looks freaking gorgeous. Shop finally decided to give a little bit back.
Yeah.
Stock AJ? I don't know if you're watching on Twitch, but if you are, thanks for the shout out in Discord. Appreciate it.
And just to clear up some further news, I'm not sure that Google was in talks with FedEx to buy them. They're just saying has reportedly held secret meetings with FedEx to discuss e-commerce, logistics, and explore potential business models and investments.
So rejected again. Watch to see if this holds as support. And if it does, you might have a potential for it to go back and test HOD again. But 78.25, so it's like 10 cents.
I was like, what the heck would they be doing with FedEx? And Maria, are you here?
I am.
So earlier Brent was asking on the BYND lockup, when do the shares become available? But it would just be whenever people sold them, right?
So that real alert, I want to go see what the alert's up.
Exactly how that happens.
Mine.
It should be at the start of trading.
Oh no, that wasn't the alert from today. Never mind.
Meaning as they sell.
Scratch that.
Right. It's just going to be whenever they decide to sell them, then those shares become available.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Marathon Petroleum, MPC. I'm up about 27% off Pete's call. But it's down 4% today. I'm going to take a look at that one. Just going to see what it's doing. Those are longer dated. Those are out to January. Oops. PC. I think he was... It's got to be getting close to his price target, I would guess. I think we'll get another $1 or $2 out of it. ILMN closing the gap. Didn't we? We talked about that one on Friday too, didn't we? We looked at that, if I remember. And the daily, yeah, this thing's up 17 bucks today. Oof, that one would be fun. Did they have good earnings? Have I tried streaming on YouTube? A lot more stock channels on you. It should be streaming right now. I was actually gonna go look at Restream and see if it's. Did I turn YouTube off? No, YouTube's on. I should be live on YouTube right now. They had great earnings and guided up. Trey Lost, yeah, it should be streaming live to YouTube at the moment. And my YouTube channel is just youtube.com/BenderProfitBox. I think I spelled that right. But yeah, I haven't seen anybody come in, from YouTube to the live stream. Anki, what are you looking to do with this? Are you looking to play ILMN? My opinion for longer term play with commons. For me to buy something like an ILMN, to buy commons, for a longer term hold, I would want to know a little bit more about them. Like, I felt like I kind of knew what I was getting into with that B, just because I did some digging on them. I did a lot of research. And I haven't done these guys. Now, just, based on the chart and what I see, where are we at? 308.39. You're nearing entering this gap right here. If they guided up and had good earnings, $17. Definitely lots of upside potential here, but this was a big drop. This happened before earnings. What was this drop all about? Did they get some drug or something that didn't get approved, or what happened? Like, that's a huge gap. When you're coming up on, yeah. I don't know what happened. What caused this, right? What caused that gap? And I think we were trying to figure it out Friday, or maybe you knew or something. I think if you bring all the BlackBox people on YouTube stream, YouTube might recommend your channel when other people are watching other stock streamers. That's what I've seen from my experience. Yeah, thank you. I'm trying. Like, I've really just started, working on this. Started uploading videos a couple weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago or something. And this live stream thing, really just kind of getting started. I'm glad it's there.
Oh crap! I took that back. 3 ERs for BYND. Why did we have 3
And
ERs for BYND?
in the last 2 weeks, it went from like no subscribers or 3 or something to 140 something, which isn't a lot at all, but I'm just now trying to focus on building it up. And I appreciate that. I post links too, like in BlackBox, in Discord chat, and on the main BlackBox chat. I post links to these streams, at least here on Twitch. we'll have to do like I'll have to figure out once we get some more like viewers in here in Twitch, then I'll find some things to do. Like first one to go, you know, comment on the live stream on YouTube, you know, get something. I don't know. We'll figure something out.
Well, I'm just looking. Look, we've got quite a few alerts that came in.
ADI, that was the so large bullish on ADI.
AAL, ADI, SKS.
And I like ADI. I like the company, but
So not November monthly, they're just going December monthly.
so there you go. $1.1 million ADI sweep. They're buying the 110 calls
ADI is not bad. Analog devices.
out to December 20th. I like that. But they have ER, I'm sure this is going to catch.
1121. Well, that explains
It was just said 1121.
It was just interesting to me that we've got a few alerts that have that 1228.
And they bought the 110s. 113. I like that for a potential swing. Again, not sure. That wasn't a huge drop. Not sure what caused that. But it was only a few dollars.
Trader John, BYND 510 to 841.
124. Yeah, I like that.
Awesome job.
Would have liked it better around 105, but you got disconnected when I started my review of ILMN. Long story short is I like it. There's lots of potential upside. I don't know what caused that big drop. I don't remember. I know we talked about it last week, but I can't remember. But if I was buying commons like, you know, ABBV, I kind of felt like I knew what I was getting into because I had done some research on them, like quite a bit. So if you've done that research, you know, and you're okay with it, as far as the way the chart's set up, you know, there's a lot of room to the upside if you know enough about the company to think that, you know, it's going to continue. But it doesn't look bad. I mean, if you don't want to buy commons, you could just buy some leaps, you know, out of the money with a bunch of time on them. Go. Like the ones that do wireless internet at the airport and shit. They do the hotspots. That go. It is the Wi-Fi provider. Right.
It's a money one. It should be the money. I gotcha. Not all of them work, okay, right? Haven't you ever seen the comedians on TV?
You got information on GoGo or something? Or just on the chart?
Mostly on silent for that one.
Testing out on that.
Yeah. It has a huge upside potential as it is rated as the best Wi-Fi in air.
So T. Lambden, I like analog devices. They're in a unique position because
I'm thinking about following this ADI. 354 out to December. They got a ton of time on them, and that's not a small amount.
Sure what I did to Teresa, but she's been rough on me lately.
I haven't.
And they bought the 109s for this week, the 110s for this week, and then those 110s out to 1220. And those catch ER. And those came in at the same time, like, you know, within 20 seconds. That's pretty interesting. Yeah. Yeah, send them to me, Ike. I'll look at them. So they have ER this month. So I like this. I like what it's kind of what looks like it's setting up for a run, potentially.
Okay, to get
I need to go look at
you have to hold the stock overnight on the ex-dividend date.
real.
On
Ooh,
the record date. On the
that's
record
ugly.
date.
Okay.
You have to,
And I think I had a stop on that one.
You have to own it on.
Oh, it hasn't hit yet. But
now you can sell it after that, but on the
those are up about 15%.
Correct.
And the record date, you know what?
What are those? Those are out to January. No,
I used to use
December.
dividend.com. I don't even know if they're still around.
Those are December.
Google.
That was from alert last week.
Okay, Kang.
Dividend.com
And those are
is
what,
pretty good.
25s?
You
Yeah.
gotta figure
I'm
out
just
how
gonna
to use
get
it.
out of those.
It's like it's not very intuitive, but that's.
I'm not even gonna set a stop. I'm just getting out of those. I'm not gonna watch them. They paid.
I couldn't help it.
That was easy money. And those Microsofts that I bought a little while ago are flat at the moment.
So E-Trade will list dividend dates.
UVXY, a little dip there.
What you can also do, Stock AJ, is go to the investor relations page. A lot of time they'll have the info there.
Yeah, it is. I'm surprised I haven't had anybody, because with those subscribers on YouTube, I'm surprised nobody. I wonder if I don't have notifications set up or something, but I'm surprised that nobody has popped over to look at it.
30 days apart, Maria?
Sometimes.
Yeah, anywhere from 4 weeks. Guys, it's not the day before ex-dividend. You actually have to own it on the record date. There's a record date, there's a declaration date.
And a pay date.
And the pay date, yeah. And the pay date is ex-dividend.
Correct.
You have to own it before then.
Let's see if we can pull up an example.
Time is it? It's almost 1 o'clock here already. I have not eaten a damn thing. I got up late today.
And then the actual pay date is usually further out.
Okay, now I'm all confused. Because I've seen them where the
God, why does it?
date is
I gotta
like
figure that out too.
before the ex-dividend.
I just posted something on Twitter and it.
So the X date is just the day that the stock.
Let's see. You grabbed January 2020 Guild. 65 calls from Flow. 2 million above the ask white. We'll see what happens. Gilead.
I need a Monday duo.
Me too.
I really do.
Gilead. You bought the $65 calls. Looks like some positive news. when did you pick them up? Tree Lost, when did you pick those up? $40 minutes ago. Well, you should be in. Assume you're in decent shape on those then. Nice. I like it. You got them out to 2020, Jan 2020. Keep in mind, their dividend's it's not very high. It's not huge, 63 cents. But on the EX date, which is 12/12, they will likely take a little bit of a dip.
Alrighty, J Money.
They might recover it, really quickly, but just keep it in mind. So 65 calls, that's January, $1.73 by $1.78. Bought at $1.70. Nice. Yeah. Another one, lots of, did you say they just reported earnings last week?
Thank you, Mario. Oh,
Yep.
so we've got all of them. Oh, well, we've got XPO at 14. Okay.
So the estimate was minus $1, and they surprised by plus 12. Yeah. So they were minus 92, so it was a 12-cent surprise. It's positive surprise. Gotcha. Another one I don't know a ton about. Played it a couple times, but not super familiar with them. And now that this one is out and sold, let's go test that 144 again.
Hello, Senor Pete.
What's up? What's up?
Just watching to see what we're gonna do into the close.
Nice TED pin.
These navies are December 20th. Okay. Lots and lots and lots of time on those.
Out of that position, so you guys can see there might still be a little more room in it, but this is, I don't know if anybody took it. This is a
Where are the
multiple
Q's
plus
at?
of 120. Good area to start looking at shaving some off.
That's the chart that I had down here that I'm missing. I accidentally replaced it with SPY. 197.64. So this Microsoft 145's still flat. What else were we watching? CRM still just climbing. Dude, this thing is in beast mode today. It's not, I guess it's only $4, but steady. Steady Eddie. But I remember when I got into this, I said that that's why I was doing it. right? As I said, it's moving slow. It hasn't really had anything that would scare you too bad.
Yeah.
It's been a slow mover, but it's been solid. All right, AbbVie is just,
But I think it's tonight.
it wants me to enter.
Yeah. Thank you, Maria.
You're welcome.
But I'm already in those 80 calls.
Picture. I seriously need a nap.
Me too.
You kind of do need to pull it together. You've been a little bit everywhere today.
And I show ER this week.
Everybody wondered what you did this weekend. It really, really begs the question.
A funky ass
That's the only thing that's kind of scary right now.
I know, but I wish it were that fun.
Halloween came early over there.
No.
Maybe that's what the problem was. That if it wasn't one way, then it was the other.
So since I'm already holding commons and those $80 calls, you know, I might look to scalp this tomorrow. It's getting a little late in the day.
All right, Mario. I'm just mommy juice.
But I'm not gonna plan on, you know, holding calls through ER.
Okay, you wrote that.
Sorry, I had to reset voice. I was getting creative. I put it in the room, but I was like, she's
Okay, if anyone's listening, there's 19 people. It says.
Polish. Do we have an MOC yet?
And if you didn't see it earlier, well, you've seen it in chat. This thing reminds you about the sticker raffle. And I just want to I want to finish that and just kind of see how it works, because it's supposed to just pick somebody at random that has a raffle ticket, which are free, right? It's like those loyalty points. And I really just wanted to test it.
I've been like, whoa, Mike would be dropped.
How do you enter? You just type exclamation point raffle, and then how many tickets that you want. I think the most you can buy is 3, I think, and they're 25 points a piece, and you can type bang points to see how many points you have. So if you have 25 points, then you can get 1 ticket. And it's just a sticker. Don't get all excited. But it's a test. See how well it works. Maybe I can use it for some other giveaways. There you go. You have 55 points. And the points they come from, you get so many points per, I think I have it set to it's every 5 minutes you get a certain number of points. No, so you would type exclamation point raffle space 1, and that means you want to buy 1 ticket. Like bang raffle.
So I like the ADI alert.
Raffle. Nope. Just bang raffle 1. Like that.
And then for ADI, their ER is November 21st. So if you're looking for something longer term, I like ADI a lot. Now, we've got NXPI tonight and AMD tomorrow night. So if you were looking for something, you might want to go a little smaller.
There you go.
For a couple of those. But I think that AMD is going to do well. NXPI, I'm not sure.
You got it. You got it figured out. Anki, that's good. There's nothing wrong with that. Be patient. I mean, you see, I'm staring at stuff, and there's been alerts that come in, and I've made a few plays, but I'm not, I'm not in a hurry to jump in anything. Yeah. There's a ton of resources out there on the Ikimoku clouds,
Work by a day.
and kind of how they work, and you probably want to add the cloud to your chart first to get a sense of like what it looks like.
Love AMD.
Um,
Really, really do.
but essentially,
I'm nearly as psycho now as she
the cloud, the whole cloud gets a little busy
right now.
for me, and you can do it like with just lines or the clouds or whatever. But this indicator kind of gives you the same information,
AMD's
and it's supposed to identify the strength
Like, do you
of the
know who
move
her uncle is?
that it's making.
It rings a bell tomorrow night, yeah.
I find it works really well, like, you know, like a 10 or 15 minute or 15-minute time frame interval. But it's just another one that, you know, there's one set of charts I have on here where I have like, and I shared them out, that literally has like, I don't know, 10 indicators on it, and it's like just playing with different stuff. But there's a ton of resources out there on the clouds, and you know, like I said, there's a trading strategy, and I don't have the cloud set up on one of these charts. I really don't want to add it right now, but I could show you, you know, after market hours or something. I can give you like a, but it's basically a combination of volume and moving averages, and it shows you when it, you know, when it exits. They're kind of like Bollinger Bands, sort of, when it exits the area, depending on how far it is above. It's supposed to kind of show you the strength of it, and it's got a signal line and lines that cross that signal line, and, you know, a lot of people use that for entries and exits. What are they saying? I don't know, Mel was just reading off some news, but I didn't catch it.
Gave them an extension to January 31st, and they said
Lawmakers reject. Okay, wait. It looks like lawmakers reject Wisconsin's request for an early election, with 299 MPs voting in favor, short of the 2/3, which would have needed to be 434, majority needed.
The snap play and closed it for 40% profit today. Woohoo! Nice. That's awesome. Just don't yell at me if you lose money on a play, and then we're good. Then you could have all those. But yeah, nice job. Was that the 14s or the 15s? Because I played both. I'm guessing the 15s. Yes, it was defined. And that's really what I look for sure. The 14s? Yeah. I still have some of the 15s. But I got out of the 14s. So Anki, the other thing that you can do, if you really wanted to, is you can do slots and bet the number of loyalty points. And I lost my 5 points. Damn it. I was just trying to add some stuff to like when it's slow or boring or whatever. That sounded like another alert. Stock alert, COHR. And I do play those alerts sometimes. I don't like to have too many open positions at one time. And, you know, right now, still in CRM, even though I have a stop set. So I don't necessarily have to watch it super close. But I do spreads to limit more. And I do that as well. There are times that I will do that. I was talking about that last week too. I like to, you know, if I'm seeing upside, I might, you know, like on Guild here, you know, I might buy a longer dated 65 call and sell a 70 or something like that. something to pay for, to help, the premium to help offset the cost. Or if I'm really bullish, I might take on more risk and sell some puts, collect premium on those. Okay. That's more like, and those strategies are more the longer term stuff that I do in like my IRA. All right. Back to business here. I need to check on a few things. The CRM is now up 50% from that entry this morning. Yeah, I think I might just take my 50% gain here. I don't know. I mean, if as long as it holds above the 34, like it is, I wasn't really planning on swinging that one, but it might make me. About 14 call for a quarter and sold a 14.50 for 15 cents and sold the complete spread for 30 cents today. There you go. Limited risk, cheap position.
New ATH again, 248.84.
Perfect for like, when you're getting started. Actually, you and I talk. You know more about the spreads and stuff than most. I remember that conversation. ENPH. I might be exiting that one as well. That was on an alert. I think. Made a new higher high. Has used that 200 for support. Whaler, what's up? Welcome. So we got MPC, Microsoft, Navi. Those Microsofts are barely green. ENPH screen and CRM. And my Avi 80s that are still red. That I it's still holding up. So somebody was on here Friday, and I don't know if it's anybody that's in here right now, that was talking about somebody else that streams stock info and whatnot. You're saying that person wears a dress every day and everybody just makes fun of him or something? And he's got like,
really quiet.
It's not like thousands of people that follow him. Like, I'm not gonna. That's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna do that. Just so you guys know. Not happening.
Pretty please.
I will not be in a dress. No, not happening. Come on, that's the reason we are here. You want to see me in a dress? Yeah. I don't think anybody wants to see that.
reader?
Let's keep it pristine. Yeah, no dresses for me. I just don't know, like, that does not seem, it seems gimmicky. But I don't know. Hell, maybe it's really funny. I might have to go watch it and check it out. I mean, he's got a lot of followers. Apparently it's entertaining enough. All right, Microsoft, are you pulling back? Because those contracts are moving in the wrong direction. Does he dance too? I don't know. It was somebody that was in here that was in the watching on Twitch last week. I think it was on Friday. That kind of came at the end of the day and said, like, the other streamer he watches ended his stream early, and then he was just browsing, so he came over here, and he was the one that was saying that that other guy, like, wears a dress every day, and they make fun of him. Like, okay. Go back and glance at Fitbit here.
Maria, I don't think they...
On that news, just one contract left.
Well, let me call him again.
Still, I don't think I've been stopped out. No.
Which are probably going to be pinned on UVXY at 1970. That's probably exactly where it's going to close.
But I think I'll make it out of this one. It's 200%, 220%. But I mean, it's, you know, it's $100 profit. I had more of them, but I sold them this morning on that new spike. Might be able to squeeze a little more out of it. Yeah, now it's at 250, 250%.
Well, now we're at 90 up on the NASDAQ.
All right, 260%. Closed. That's cool. I'll take it. That was Jenny B's call, and it was awesome.
Yeah, we've got some good ones tonight. Thank you, Babar.
All right, so
That Rita is now at $200.
I'm not even going to talk about this one. This other one.
Really?
ADI is peaking above 200. I like that one too. I mean, the chart looked good.
That stock is
I like the setup.
since October 14th, so 2 weeks, and it's more than double. Wow.
All right, I got to call. I got to make a phone call real quick.
Right? Wasn't it?
Look at the daily chart, Rocky.
I don't want to.
Wow. Wow.
I'm back.
RETA. It's a bio.
I
Romeo
I'm going to go on mute for just a minute while I make this phone call. I'll be right back.
Alpha.
All right. Quick phone call. I'm going to go back to that ADI again. I mean, if it could be setting up right here for another leg up. Those are the 110s. They paid 354. They're already at 390, or made it to 390. I don't know what they are at the moment. And those were, what did we say? Those were out to December.
You got a whole 25 million to buy on the ML.
Wow, big spenders. That's all you.
Yeah. Jeez. It's super flat.
That is really flat. But
That's
that's
interesting.
No real volume. Low dark pool activity. Really flat MOC. Interesting.
So what did it do today? It gapped up a couple bucks. Pre-market. But all the semis, I think, got a bump. UPS setting up on a running spree. It's crossing the 50 on a daily. Can you look into that as well? Sure. Sure.
I am not yellowing BYND.
Yeah, I like this this ADI play.
Not me. I'm not yellowing BYND.
But I think I'm gonna wait.
Oh no, B-Band Badass, I haven't.
I don't really want to jump into it here. But I like it. What was I looking at? Oh, UPS. UPS.
You know what I'm intrigued about this BYND guys is they announced.
So they were a miss, huh?
So if it is good, I'm wondering why they picked today. Tomorrow's the lockup expiration, so that tells me I'm almost thinking they're gonna be good. Stock's gonna go up, and then all those people that are the insiders can sell tomorrow. That's kind of why they did it right before lockup expiration. I'm surprised you're allowed to do that. To be honest with you, I would have thought.
Interesting.
I'm wondering how you get away with doing that, to be honest. But we'll see. I mean, that's my thing.
So this
If they are good,
Fisher transform on the daily turning up, that's what tech uses. Like that's a big part of his strategy is looking for that cross and the CMO. He likes to see the CMO not extended like it is here. Ooh, Microsoft to the downside, 144. 143, what in the hell? That is the wrong direction there, Microsoft. So it's set up, you know, kind of the way that he would look at. If I sent this to him, he would, no doubt, that's what he would say. You know, you're sitting right, it bounced right off R1 here. R2 just above at 116. This is on a 5-minute. Let's look at that on a, let's look at this on a 15-minute chart. The 15-minute, it's bouncing off this 34 right here, and it's pretty close to it right now. 1760, 1904. You kind of get this, you know, it's broken through this trend line. It's short-term trend line, but it's held above R1. If I was going to try it, I would, you know, the Fisher transform crossing over to the upside like that is definitely good. Good sign. 116.13, 116.26, 116.30. I would either wait for it to get through this ADMA or get out of this R1, R2 area here, or try picking it up down here on R1 if it comes back down. But it's, I mean, being that it's right in the middle, it's not a big thing. And I know you're longer term, so, you know, if you're planning on sitting in it for a while, then you're not going to care about this, because that's not going to make an impact on longer dated contracts.
It may be the other way around, that the lockup is dependent on them having so many ER seasons. I did not know that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that process, but it's just funny that it's the day after. So.
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, if I really wanted to, like, let's go look at.
So just like, and when you're in a public company, so we weren't able to trade options. We would announce our results every quarter as a public company, and the employees are not allowed to trade the stock until 3 days after we actually report our numbers. Just FYI, that's how it was when I was in the public company.
Yeah, I like it. If you're planning on holding it for a little while.
Okay, that Rita has gone up another 3.
Then you're buying something longer dated.
$4.
You get this support that was support back here in April, which is, you know, not too far below, but JT, what's up? Welcome back. You doing well today? Any trades? Basically even. That's a win, right? Like Vegas?
Okay, guys, I just want to be clear. One, we do not recommend YOLOing. Two, I don't think any of the mods are YOLOing beyond. They've only had 2 ERs. One was up and one was down. If you want to YOLO something, that is on you.
Maria, what do you have for the CMG? I'm sorry, not Maria. Teresa, pivots. Learning to trade's asking about CMG.
CMG pivot, hold on.
On a daily.
You are adding on to Microsoft on a bounce on 200 for the 1 minute.
Are they looking for learning to
Put side.
I don't know what happened to my EMA or the 200 MA on this chart.
Okay, learning to trade options.
The only issue that I have is I have way too many layouts, so sometimes I end up, you know, in the morning, like if I had to reboot or something and everything gets closed, and it's like,
Or are you already in a position?
I gotta go back and add them.
Right now,
But that's what the templates are for. You just save it as a template and
the time to get it put on
throw it back in there.
this morning.
Stop 130,
I
143.95.
think I will wait until tomorrow morning to see what CMG is doing. Does that make sense? Right? So CMG is already dipped down.
Yeah.
Right now, I mean, VWAP for CMG is at 770, which is $6 down, but she's making a good march up.
It needs to get through that 34.
She did reject at 783.06, but I've got.
And I'm with you. I want it to.
Tilting up.
What's up, Mythical Cryo? Welcome. I don't think I've seen your name pop up on there
So
previously.
CMG bounced off support today on the daily. Namish, I'm going to shoot you.
CRM is now up 60%.
I'm serious.
I am green, sir.
CMG daily.
Yes.
Tell me if you think
I think I had two.
Yeah, I'll take a look. Does she move? I forgot. Does she
Two red
move
trades, but
beyond
they
that?
were pretty small, limited losses. Well, I don't know if I'm cool, Mythical, but I do my best to help people with charting and trades and things like that. I don't provide investment advice. Camera's over there. So if you enter a trade, that's on you. But I tell you what I'm doing and why, and
we have tonight, we have Texas Roadhouse.
go through the charts and stuff. I use this BlackBox Stocks. I've been with them for a long time. So I call out the alerts that come through on there. And then anything people, say, hey, can we check out this chart? Then I pull it up and we go through it real quick. See if we see the same thing. And make some money. That's what we're trying to do. Thoughts on Tesla rest of the week after a little roller coaster day. I didn't watch Tesla much today. I heard on voice chat that it was making some moves, but I wasn't, I was already in, I've been in 3 trades. I'm still in CRM, I'm still in Microsoft, and I'm still in some Appy.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at. I just can't get an exact number on it.
Baba?
I would not want to
So,
be buying a put at support.
let's go look at the chart. Start there. Let me find my 3 time frame. This one's got too much shit on it. This one's pretty clean. Let's see what we see. I mean, it's kind of been stuck. I always look for price channels, right? What are going to be the hardest areas to kind of break out of? And you're near the top of that channel right now. You did have this little pop, you know, from 179 up to whatever that is, 184-ish. What about this do you like? Are you looking for continuation of this upside move and for it to, like, you know, is there some reason besides ER coming up? Is there something else that's going to cause it to finally break through and get out of this price channel? That's what I'm looking at is, okay, I see this area where it's hit its head quite a few times. What is it that's going to push this thing through? Is it ER? Maybe. I don't, you know, I'm not holding contracts on this through ER or anything like that. You might get, you know, on little ER excitement, some continuation. And you tell me if there's something else going on here that I don't see. With earnings coming up, it's really expecting to, well, who's expecting it to pop? And why? And I usually don't expect, I don't play ER. I'll play stuff running up into ER sometimes, but typically not when it's already, you know, at an area that looks like some pretty heavy resistance to me. Not to say that it wouldn't work out and that you won't do really well on it if you do play it.
Guys, I will be right back.
But it's not a play that I would take just because of, you know, where it's at on the chart. Now, if it could keep going, it could keep pushing.
They bought those for 10 cents early today. Big.
And if you're expecting it to pop through this, you could get, you know, definitely get a nice run out of it. But they also have a lot of exposure, and some trade news headline can wipe you out. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to play a run up into ER or something, I mean, it's up, what, $5 today? You know, if it pulled back to like this 175-ish or even 176.44, you know, on the 15-minute chart.
Valuation-wise, I mean, they could have a fairly good product, but valuation-wise,
maybe interesting.
Ooh, this is pretty interesting. GPN.
But I get scared with companies that have that, you know, that kind of exposure to a headline, and the whole market does, right? But they're especially put in a call this morning and made 40% and then got out. Nice, good, in and out. Take your money off the table. Run before they take it back. But anyway, that's I don't know if that helps you or not, but that's kind of what I see on the chart. It's just that it's, you know, it's right up there where it's struggled.
you might get some Vega expansion on them. A push back up to 166, 166.
Obviously, this is the Microsoft chart, but
Actually, would not. You know what? You've got.
Anki, Microsoft rejected that 34. We need to get through that. Yeah, no problem.
They're about 25% overpriced.
Hey, that's a good play. 70 cents to $1.10. That's a good play. Take those all day long.
That bad going into the earnings week. They might still get a little bit of a Vega bump. Well, they will. Now it's just a price action. If you look here.
Qs are just, they've nice climb now. 135. So we got 25 minutes left in the market. the MOC currently is 26 million to the buy. It's insignificant. 26 million to the buy side.
My neighbor came by looking for their stock tip. These guys.
Facebook at 190. Where's Apple at now? When I looked this morning, that was rocking.
What'd you tell him, Pete?
It's funny. They always come over and they ask about, oh, how's it going? They start talking about, the garden, about the grass, about the pool, and then, sure enough, so, what stocks are you trading?
248.
You should have told them BYND, Pete.
Oh yeah, big time.
Tesla at 327.
That Jedi deal. Leadership, products, process, but lofty still. Here's your GPN name-ish daily.
Who was asked? Somebody was asking about Tesla. Who was asking about Tesla? Anki, you were. JT Racing.
But they could see 166 to 167 in the next couple days. Market participate. You did have some
Mythical. Were your calls out of the money?
conviction we were talking about earlier. So on these days that it's
I'm gonna assume that your calls were probably a little too far out of the money.
Yeah, good call, good call. Thanks, Pete.
Or they were, for whatever reason, juiced. The contracts were juiced when you bought them on Friday.
Your first 5-15 minutes.
Got to look at the IV sometimes. Look at the theta. I don't tend to look at that too much for intraday stuff, but
No, I've actually day traded this one often. I think the last time we did was September.
They don't have
I'll go out a couple months and take like $100 or $200 off of it.
Yeah, this one here, it's they got the November 15.
So Tesla went through the 200 on the 1 minute, came back, bounced off of it, came back, tested it again, and this is your price channel right here. Do you see the Tesla? Do I see Tesla coming down anytime soon? Tesla's another tough one because it can make crazy moves, super volatile. It can be. They did, I think what they put out for ER was good. Better than what a lot of people were expecting, which is why it got that move up. But there are some people in BlackBox, one guy in particular who is holding a lot of Tesla, and that's like his baby. And he's like, he jokingly says his price target on Tesla is 6,000. But Tesla is a lot. There's a lot of speculation in Tesla, so I don't have it in any of my longer term accounts. If you want to scalp it, right here wouldn't have been a horrible spot to buy it at support. Or resistance. It was resistance here. It was resistance here. Like if you were just trying to day trade it. Finally broke through it. Came back, tested it as support or near it. Like that wouldn't have been a horrible spot. Otherwise, 330. If it gets above 330, it's good that it breaks that whole number. But then you're gonna have resistance. Because I think some shorts piled in, but you get this thing above, like 332, 333, and it could squeeze up higher. Because I think there were some shorts that piled on in here and brought this thing down. It's a guess.
And an opening transaction can be, but remember, one isn't a trend, right? You want to see lots of those.
So JT, it definitely could squeeze higher. You get it up high, and to scare these people out.
Even if it's an opening transaction.
I see. But if one person is putting say 100K on one transaction.
So where's this? That's at okay. That's up at 370.
Done some analysis.
Yeah, Yeah, but do you want to risk your money on someone you don't know?
346. What was high day here?
You know what I mean?
340 or so.
100K. What if somebody else spends 300K to the other side?
340.02 or something like that, within a couple pennies.
Like if he gets
Yeah.
short the stock and he's buying calls to protect his short position.
That's what I'm saying. You need to understand that you've got to look at just more than one trade. That's what I'm telling all of you new guys. Check out the heat map.
So yeah, I mean, they sold the shit out of this thing to bring it back down from 340 over 340 all the way down to this 323 level, and now it's bounced a little bit and kind of sitting near support. You know, not too far off of it. Again, being that it's, you know, you got 20 minutes left in the day. So for me, I'm not going to jump in something like a Tesla because the contracts aren't that cheap. And you don't know what after hours or morning is going to bring. If this run is going to continue, I would probably, personally, I would be looking at it tomorrow. I'm not going to swing something like that overnight, I don't think. Just because I don't really see a reason to take that risk.
And you really don't want to follow
what he's saying. But that's what he's
Not on a Tesla, not on something that can move the way that Tesla can move.
Particularly on something like AMD, because AMD trades what?
If it would have held,
AMD's traded 44 million shares, right? You're going to have trades on both sides.
that would have been bad. Let's see, when was that?
Am I missing something?
Yeah.
10:45
my time.
No, he actually, I think he gets it too, because and he was asking
Again,
so if
don't trade it or not trade it, because it's something I say. It's your decision. It's your money. But I don't think there's anybody in the room that would advise, swinging Tesla from here. But I'll tell you, there's other times that I knew everybody in the room would advise me not doing something, and I did it, and it worked out because I had conviction and I had my plan. But
if you pull up the heat map today or tomorrow on AMD reports earnings tomorrow. So you're going to want to discount that just a little bit, because you've got people who have positions that may be hedging, so that's going to make the heat map look a little.
I mean, it feels crazy to not want to swing Microsoft. I am going to, but and I'm sure there's plenty of people that would say no, don't do it. It's too risky because it gapped up. And honestly, the Jedi contract news, it's not like it's a significant portion of their revenue. I think more than anything, it just establishes what a lot of us already, the opinion that we have already, which is that they are doing the right things to win a lot of that cloud business. I mean, they already have, but it's set to continue.
Columns that I use for my watch.
Big pullback on that B.
Are you on E-Trade or TOS?
I'm on TOS.
Okay, so TOS definitely has a way for you to look at volume. Where's my TOS users that can tell them how to look at volume?
Yeah, absolutely. Right, I went to TOS trade and then it shows me.
See if that V makes it back to this
That's the volume.
7810 again, or if it's gonna hold up here.
I never saw this. I never paid attention to this. Thank you so much.
I gotta go take a peek at CRM real quick.
Only trade pairs that have really good volume. AMD is one. I don't want you guys playing tickers that have less than 1 million shares traded on the day, or their average 10-day is less than 1 million, because then you're really going to be stuck in this office. That's hard to get out of.
All right, what do we got? 16 people. Oh, it says 16 there and 17. Oh no, now it's synced. 16. I'm gonna end this the sticker raffle for the $3 sticker. That's a test raffle.
So my 10-day right now.
So if anybody else wants a raffle ticket,
And they're trading 44.6.
you got to do it now, because I'm gonna end it.
57.7 million.
Over what time frame?
We're gonna pop on the UVXY to the upside. Excuse. Not sure what's going on. Just she broke out of that 1970 resistance.
Oh, she did. That's a decent little drop on that.
Sorry.
Jeez.
All right, let's do it.
Also,
Let's see who the winner is here.
Impeachment vote, and in the article it says that the vote is expected to come as soon as Thursday.
There's only 3 tickets, and I'm one of them. People, nobody wants the sticker, huh? Okay, fine.
That was the lowest tick of the day, by the way, which was not even qualified as moderate selling. But the pullback to the VWAP would make sense. Around the 36 area. 30.29 half is.
All right, it is closed, and the winner
Previous resistance should act as some
is me.
minor level of support.
That is ridiculous. How do I, wonder if I could take myself out here. Yeah, there we go. There you go, Silverhawk. Click that link for your sticker, and then let me know
AMRN or
how it is.
coming in. This is for today.
Yeah, there was a 520K one that really got my attention, and now there's another 80.
Yeah, there are those $12 puts, and they report next week.
November 5th, yeah, so this is
Yeah. Yeah, but then it could be hedging.
Silverhawk, did you see your link there?
Yeah. And then, do you know if there are any other events coming up for them? Do they have an FDA event of any sort?
They've got a new drug that they've been killing. It's supposedly on sales, but it's yet to be actually shown, so I'd be curious. No linear,
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a lot of stuff coming in, so I can see that. But for me, with bios are so freaking tough because, what is he? Yeah, the heat map is definitely bearish for them. I'd have to look to see what else.
See if CRM
ER next week
continues to push here, or if she is done.
And then,
If she is done,
big batch is 2 weeks out. So 11:15, 11:22.
then I will likely exit today.
Dropping.
Potential re-entry tomorrow. But, I mean, look at this. On the 15-minute.
Thank you for taking a look.
No worries, darling. Yeah, that's definitely a big.
Has not made me want to exit yet.
But that put is also really far out of the money, so they're buying the $12 when the stock is at 16.5. So it could very well be.
I mean, it just keeps moving up.
Right.
A couple little pullbacks, but yeah.
That would be a 52-week low for.
Yeah. So.
And the other one, I'm still watching this Abby, still in Abby, and then Microsoft. Microsoft needs to hold that 200. Pretty flat, which we've talked about a couple times. You know, the market didn't make big moves. There wasn't a ton of volume. Like 26 million to buy on the MOC, which is really, really small number. We've been seeing in the billions you know, not billions, but over a billion a few times in the last couple weeks, whether it's, you know, buy side or sell side. So for it to be basically flat, kind of shows indecision, right? Like people don't know, I don't know if I'm ready yet to leave a bunch of money in the market, but I'm not necessarily ready to, you know, go out and sell all my positions. Like, it's indecision. Not doing anything. Just going to sit and wait and see what happens tomorrow. All right. Nice. Nice pop. CRM. Eight minutes to go. So for those of you that might be here on Twitch, that are not members of BlackBox yet, I just did on my YouTube channel, I did a giveaway for a free month of BlackBox. I will be doing another one of those. So if you're not signed up, subscribed on YouTube, go do that. And if you're interested in, if you're interested in BlackBox, you might be able to get a free month. We'll be doing another one of those contests very soon. That was a guess the close on Twitter. Was the contest. And Abby's getting a nice pop here. And Microsoft still holding up at support at the 200. Some ADI flow for this week. 30K just came in. Yeah, we looked at that ADI. I like it. I did not follow it, but there was a large bullish that came in on the ADI 210s out to December. So some came in for this week. Were they buying the 210s still? Yeah. Yeah. There was like that, I think it was ADI that had that 1.2 million sweep out to December. And I saw a couple other sweeps in there for this week. So now there's been 3 sweeps for this week? That's interesting. I don't think they know which way it's going to go. ER. Yeah, I see that. So, you know, if you want to talk about safe, you know, that the highest probabilities, this isn't it, right? When you see this, like some calls, some puts, and these aren't bullish puts. Yeah, so you know, for me, it's not like it's gold. It's not a whole bunch of flow in one strike, one expiration. And I like ADI, but that's not enough for me. Not enough for me to really worry about it. And we did talk about the Roku. JD was one of the small losses today. I think I lost like $20 on JD. It was like 6 cents because it just didn't do what we wanted it to do. I haven't gone back to look at it to see what it's doing now, but I mean, it's still, what is it, 31.70? 78? Still about where I cut them. But I played Microsoft first thing this morning and made money on that pop. And then I've been in CRM all day. And AbbVie. And there was a couple others now. I don't even. MPC. Navi. What time do I come online in the morning? I'm trying to be here. I want to be here like when the market opens, but last night was a late night. And so I literally got up like 10 minutes before the market opened today. I've had a cup of coffee and that's it. So, but I want to try to be here, you know, a few minutes before the market opens and be ready to go. So we need AbbVie to break out here to continue this. Live, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's live on Twitch. I'm gonna try. My communication skills. You know, first thing in the morning, like before I've had a chance to let things settle down. Like my kids are running around and everything else. So I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to figure it out. PB. What's S/?
We've got about 2 more minutes, and do not forget your guesses.
There we go.
BlackBox site for BYND's Friday close. Not today's close, Friday's close.
40 seconds, 35.
Go, 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 go. Nice pop.
Yeah, I filled my
Nice pop.
home builders. I'm out of it. XHP.
Keep going. Don't slow down now.
45, 67. I got to fill 66 and 67.
And we are
And we're closed. So that was a nice pop there into the close for us. Oh, no worries, PB. And Anki, I am swinging those. Still holding on to them. It held at 200 nicely. And I am still currently holding CRM. So if you see a dip in the morning, you could be thinking, damn it, Bender, why did you hold those overnight?
So we've got Google,
Yep.
do you
But I
want
like it. It was just strength
Trex and Texas
in that.
House, all that?
That was the call. That was the call of the day for me. Just wrote it up all day long. I've got to figure out a way to like reduce the number of communication methods because I got in that CRM and normally I would put that in my mod room in BlackBox and I didn't because I was like trying to do stuff here, do charts, do trades, post the live stream to Twitter, trying to get some exposure. So I got to figure out some way to like speed all that up or simplify it. And none of the bots that I've tried yet have worked great. So I will figure it out though. I am going to go grab something to eat.
ACAM reports Q3 adjusted EPS $1.10.
If you guys want to listen to the earnings conversation,
on a consensus of 701.27.
I will turn the music down. You guys could just listen to that. For anybody that's not in BlackBox.
Well, that looks good.
Yeah. Trax reports Q3 adjusted EPS 72 cents on a consensus of 68 cents. Q3 revenue 195 million. The consensus was 208.25 million. The slight miss for the
Thank you. Yeah. No worries. Thanks for coming back and hanging out. I don't know how long it takes before, people start finding your channel on Twitch randomly. But there's not many people on Twitch, I don't think, that are looking for, day trading. I think it's still, like, I'm not sitting here playing Fortnite. Maybe I'll have to put, like, a video game up in the corner or something so that I can, try to get some more viewership.
Trax sees Q4 revenue 160 million. The consensus was 160.89 million.
Check options. What are the numbers for which one, darling? She's named off a few. And if you guys missed any of them, Maria's getting those from the main BlackBox website on news.
What I don't know is if dude got his sticker.
Google.
He didn't say anything. I asked, but I don't know if he got it or not. I wonder if I can check. That's got to be the rule. Like, if you're not here, you don't get it. Must be present to win.
T-Mobile reports. How did I forget T-Mobile? Oh, it said after the close. That's why. They report Q3 EPS $1.01 on a consensus of 96 cents. They reported Q3 revenue 11.1 billion on a consensus of 11.33 billion. They reported 1.7 million total net additions in Q3. It says record 26 consecutive
I
quarter.
don't know how to
of
tell if it
net
was claimed.
additions.
All right, well, like I said, I'm gonna go grab some food, but I'll be back in just a few. So if anybody wants to like hang out and chat after hours about any of this stuff, I will be here. So I'll probably be gone 15 minutes or so.
Google's trying to decide.
Google reports Q3 EPS $10.12. The consensus was 12.4 or 12.42. They reported Q3 revenue 40.5 billion on a consensus of 40.32 billion. So slight beat on revs and missed on. T-Mobile raises full year 19 adjusted EBITDA view to 13.1 to 13.3 billion from 12.9 to wait a second, to 13.3 billion. Google reports Q3 properties revenue 28.65 billion versus 24.05 billion a year ago. Texas Roadhouse reports Q3 EPS 52 cents on a consensus of 46 cents. They reported Q3 revenue 650.5 million. The consensus was 648.8 million. Comp restaurant sales increased 4.4% at company restaurants and 3.2% at domestic franchise restaurants. That could be good for Texas Roadhouse.
Yeah, it could be. And Texas Roadhouse can move.
Yep.
So Google missed by $2.30 on EPS. It's a big miss.
It is, but they got they beat slightly on revs. And the market really seems to be paying attention more so to revs these days.
BYND reports Q3 EPS 6 cents. The consensus was 3 cents. They reported Q3 revenue 92 million. The consensus was 82.23 million. So beat and a beat there. Okay, Grub was not on the thing today. Grub reports Q3 EPS 27 cents on a consensus of 27 cents. They reported Q3 revenue 322.1 million. The consensus was 330.46 million. So they missed on revenue. Texas Roadhouse sees full year 19 positive comp restaurant sales growth. Grub was not on the calendar. At least it wasn't last night. Not for today.
It's totally fine. You know they like to mess those things up, Maria, sometimes.
I know.
I know. It's just not right. They should be shot.
I know.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they beat nicely. I'm trying to figure out what the market doesn't like on BYND.
Me too.
Grub
Grub
is
sees
getting
Q4.
valuation.
What? What's not to like
Eric,
about a 387 PE, Pete?
I love it. I want more of it.
Come on.
I hear you, girl.
Really?
I hear you. I keep telling myself the market don't care what I think, right?
BYND reports 35.6% gross margin for Q3.
Margin is nice.
Google reports Q3 paid clicks on Google properties up 18% from prior.
Grub is down 15.
Wow.
Yeah, they guided down quite a bit. They say Q4 revenue 315 to 335 million. The consensus was 387.31 million.
Okay. Interesting candle there.
Beyond reports cash and cash equivalents balance of 312.5 million. Total outstanding debt was 30.5 million.
Does Spectre ever go on voice?
Not generally,
Not
no.
really.
Because he's talking about Beyond's results. I hope he knows there's a lockup expiration tomorrow.
Beyond Meat raises full year 19 revenue guidance to 265 to 275 million from exceeding 240 million. The consensus was 264.4.
Okay, I had to hear that one again. I'm gonna go read it.
They are. Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'm reading it. It's okay. You don't have to repeat it. But thank you.
You're welcome.
Jack options, it could. You just don't know. I mean, but it's out there, so you just got to be careful. You have 48 million shares that could be sold tomorrow if they all want to dump. That's not going to happen, but I'm just saying that's what's going to the market tomorrow.
And J Money, XPO is today, darling, but it's not until 4:15. So it hasn't come out yet. BYND IV is going to be insane. But it should settle down tomorrow. A little, actually, because of the lockup. May keep it higher. so we're just waiting for XPO.
Yeah, they're out. I just don't have the numbers from the fly yet. But they're not really moving much after. Oh, they did move. Sorry.
BYND is going to be a blast tomorrow. One way or the other. Denise, you're very welcome, darling. You too. Look at the SPX slow after hours, only looking at 500K and more. Yeah, Mel has been saying that even in the dark prints, it's been slow. That one may not move a lot in after hours, J Money. Okay, guys, I hate to do this, J Money. You're going to have to look on the fly for the XPO earnings, but we have a meeting that we need to attend. So I am popping off here for now. Guys, I will see you bright and early first thing tomorrow morning. Bye, guys. Have a great one.
All right, guys. I'm out too.
I was muted.
See you guys
Sorry about that.
later. Have a good night.
So I guess we've got a mods meeting
Have a good day.
in BlackBox that I got to run to. But I will be back to answer any questions. I'm just going to leave this. This is the post-market scanner. So I'm going to just kind of leave this scrolling in the back. If anything pops up, it'll pop up here. And, like I said, I'll be back in just a few. And I'll be here to answer questions for a bit. If anybody needs any help.
Man, it's like
There we go. No longer muted. If anyone's still around, it says there's 8 people. I don't know who you are, but if anybody has anything they want to chat about, I'm here. Just hanging out. I had to look at this rig chart. We joke about rig all the time, and they reported, and it wasn't good. But obviously, everybody knows it's not going to be good, so it didn't really move. That other one though, that I had pulled up a few minutes ago, the MRTX. That one's impressive this morning, or this afternoon. It's come down $5, but it came up from 80, so let's go see what that's doing. Yeah. So it closed 81.47 and hit 113. Damn. That's quite the move. Somebody said they had that their drug rivals something from, competes against something from Amgen, but I don't know a ton about it. And no change really. CRM after hours. Align took a little bit of nosedive there at the end of the day, and I did get out of that one, so good. Not good that it took a dip, just good that I got out of that. And IRDM broke 25. I am in this one, but I've been in it for a while. I need to get this, where's that music at? Except I don't hear it. There we go. All right, I need 6 more subscribers on Twitch. Maybe I'll just go in here and ask in BlackBox if I can get 6 more. Once you hit the 50 mark, then you get this affiliate thing. Any of those 8 people listening, if 6 of you have one friend that can follow this channel, we would get 50. That would be cool. Six more. I'm going to ask a couple people. If anybody has any charts or anything else they want to cover, let me know. We can do it. Biggest after hours gain loser. Grub. Damn. 22%. Whoa. 56 to 45. That is not good for Grub. They must have reported tonight too. I was not paying attention to the ERs. Yeah. Additional free promotion, free delivery, and promotions for reduced outlook. So they lowered guidance. And they missed. Well, this says they reported 27 cents EPS. So they were in line on EPS with consensus. Huh. Oh, my tripod's here. I just got my Amazon notification. I got a new tripod. I'm going to go grab it from the front door. Well, that was odd. Normally when I order stuff from Amazon and it's supposed to show up the same day, it comes at the same time. And not this time. So T-Mobile news just came through. T-Mobile beats rivals in adding wireless market share, which is should also be good for Sprint if this merger goes through. Interesting. Looks like T-Mobile added 754,000 net new postpaid phone customers in the September quarter. Verizon gained 444,000, and AT&T only added 101. Their net income rose 9.4%. Total revenue increased 2% from a year earlier to 11.06 billion. So that could be good news. So anyway, I ordered a couple things from Amazon. They're all supposed to be here today, and only one of them showed up. It's very strange. Yeah. So it's delayed. Now it says not gonna be here till tomorrow. Weird. If anyone's interested, this is what I got. What's in this box? This would be a C-clamp for a desk that I already have one of them, and they're pretty sweet. But it's a C-clamp that's got several mounting locations on it. So you can just screw it on your desk and then mount a tripod or like a monopod to the top, which is what I've been using for lights and stuff like that. These things are awesome, and they're cheap. They're like $20. Seems like everybody that I'm asking is offline. Still need 6 more. It's funny, they have these little like mini goals that you have to hit to get to unlock certain features within your channel. So Alphabet missed profit estimates as Google bets big on newer businesses. Saw that come across. And that fit held up pretty well. All right, well, nobody's here to talk about markets, apparently. It's very quiet. So the 7 people that are viewing must have just left your stuff on, I guess. Just know my sideburns a little crooked. There we go. So I'm going to make something. I want a hat. So I'm going to make one for me, and then, you know, maybe somebody else decides they want it too. Cool. Like this one. I already made one of these. I made a beanie already. that's in there. And normally I use a green logo, but that's not going to work because the green screen, it gets all jacked up and it doesn't show up. That would show up though. Well, that's not even fitted. I don't want that hat. I guess I'm just going to have to be happy with the beanie because they do not have, I don't think they have a, that's a snapback. Oh, definitely can't get that classic dad cap. That's a no. Guess I'll just stick to the beanie. Let's see if this works. I can show you what I'm doing when I'm not trading stocks and nobody's here. Like, wife. Oh, somebody's calling me. Hello? Hey, what's up? All right, there's 10 viewers, but nobody's chatting, asking for anything. So what, are you guys just lurking, looking at this chart? I don't care, but we were just talking through some charts. This MRTX that popped after hours on a Grub, the Grub drop. But yeah, MRTX had a nice pop after hours. On news, clinical results and cancer treatments, apparently good news. I don't follow it, so I don't know real close, but there was somebody in our Discord room that shouted out that this is a competitor to a drug that Amgen makes. So it popped nicely. We did play CRM. I don't know how many that were here, that were in the room, played this with me, but it is up about 60 some percent, 62%. Swinging those overnight. So if you weren't here, you missed that one. But that's okay, because there'll be something else tomorrow to play. But here, how about the 152.50s? Calls. That was today on CRM. Maybe that's what I'll do. At the end of the day like this, show you the ones that we played live. There was some ABBV and some Microsoft. And I don't remember what else. There were some other ones that we played. There's a couple plays today. A couple good ones. Align, ALGN, played that one. Still have very small position left in Align. I actually thought I got out all of it, but that was in another account. So, but it is still very green, 25%. So if you weren't here to cover that stuff, talk about it, you should try to be here tomorrow, because I will very likely be live again. Oop, phone call. Yo. All right, guys. Well, it looks like there's 7 lurkers. Nobody's asked for anything, so if there's nothing to cover, I'm gonna get out of here. It's 4 o'clock, so I'll be back tomorrow, doing the same thing. Hopefully, we'll be up and ready to go to start streaming at the market open. So yeah, hope to see you guys here, and hopefully we'll find some more good stuff to trade. Today was good, so hopefully we'll find some more. See you guys.